starting, we're just going to go ahead with our welcome note. So I would like to welcome you all, and I would like to express our sincere thanks on behalf of the Center for African Justice, Peace, and Human Rights to everyone, our distinguished moderators, guest speakers, partners, collaborators, and all the participants for taking the time today to join our virtual conference. The conference is titled Regulating Conflict-Related Sexual Violence Against Men and Boys in African Domestic Legal Frameworks. Irrespective of the time zones where you are located right now, we wish you a good afternoon, good morning, good evening. We're happy for you to be here. For today's program, the organizer for this conference is the Center for African Justice, Peace, and Human Rights. I am Aline Costa. I am a legal researcher and project assistant for the sexual violence team at the center. And I am really excited to get involved and to take part in this conference. I am looking forward to your insightful discussions and valuable information on the very sensitive topic of conflict-related sexual violence from the esteemed speakers of both panels. And I am especially excited for all of your questions that we will be answering in the Q&A sessions. Without further delay, we can get started. And I will now deliver the welcome remarks on behalf of Ms. Sophia Ugu, who is the chairperson of the center and has sent me her introductory remarks. Esteemed guests, distinguished speakers, and dedicated partners, good afternoon. It is my pleasure to welcome you all to our 5th annual conference, a platform where we come together to engage in critical discussions, challenge prevailing norms, and to advocate for meaningful legal reform. Today, we address an issue that remains vastly underreported and often misunderstood: regulating conflict-related sexual violence against men and boys in African domestic legal frameworks, the title of the conference. Sexual violence and conflict is a devastating reality. And while the suffering of women and girls has, rightfully so, garnered a lot of attention, the experiences of male survivors have long been shrouded in silence. Stigma, societal misconceptions, and legal gaps continue to prevent male survivors from accessing justice and support. While international legal frameworks have recognized this issue, many domestic frameworks in African states have not. They continue to lack the necessary legal protections and resources to address it effectively. Regulating conflict-related sexual violence against men and boys within African domestic legal frameworks is both a legal necessity and a moral imperative. National laws tend to either fail to recognize male victims or impose definitions of sexual violence that exclude their specific experiences, thus furthering the stigmatization of male victims. Furthermore, in many jurisdictions, legal provisions on sexual violence remain gendered in ways that can render male survivors invisible. This further discourages them from seeking justice. So to build a truly just, inclusive, and flourishing environment of social and legal justice, there is an urgent need to confront these deficiencies and ensure protection for all victims of sexual violence, including men and boys. That is why today's discussions are so vital. We're privileged to have an exceptional lineup of experts who will help us explore two intertwined facets of the law of conflict-related sexual violence. Our conversation will cover the domestic and international legal regulations in addressing sexual violence against men and boys, and also the challenges and future directions for ensuring more inclusive and just legal responses. I encourage everyone to engage actively, to ask questions, and to share your perspectives as we embark on this discourse. Change begins with awareness, but it is sustained through action. By breaking the silence, we take the first step toward justice, healing, and legal reform. Thank you so much for being a part of this webinar, and I would like to invite us all to begin by introducing our two distinguished moderators. Now, again, speaking on behalf of myself, thank you for writing these words I just read, and I hope we can all take them to heart and become active. Now, I am honored to introduce to you the moderators of the two panels that we have in store for you this afternoon, Ms. Adesola Adeboyejo and Mr. Take Sensei. They have poured their hearts and souls into the center and consistently supported the progress of our work. They have been here from the start. Our moderator for the first panel, Mr. Sensei, is an impressive professional with an extensive international profile. He's a barrister with over 20 years of experience. Sorry. It's all right. Yes, with over 20 years of experience in international law. With international advocacy experience in Africa and Europe, he is also a member of the Cameroon Bar Association, the Pan-African Lawyers Union, and the New York Bar Association. On behalf of the Center, we are delighted to have you moderate our conference today. Our second panel this afternoon is dedicated to the challenges and future directions in addressing sexual violence against men and boys. Please welcome, for the second panel, the moderator, Ms. Adesola Adeboyejo, our moderator. She is the secretary of the Center for African Justice, Peace, and Human Rights, and she has a truly impressive resume with over 30 years of experience as an international lawyer, about 15 of which she has spent at the International Criminal Court. Matching this at a domestic level, she has spent many years as a corporate counsel and in private practice, resulting in the establishment of her highly successful practice in Lagos. With this, we come to the first panel of this afternoon, during which our guest speakers will introduce existing domestic and international regulations on sexual violence against men and boys. So, without further ado, enjoy, listen actively, participate actively, and I give the floor to the first moderator.
Right. Good afternoon, everyone. Can you all hear me?
Yeah. Yes, we can hear you. Welcome.
All right. Okay, that's good. All right. Warm greetings from Arusha, Tanzania, where I am currently located. I've been given a very simple task to moderate this first panel on domestic and international regulations on sexual violence against men and boys. So basically, my duty will be to lead the discussions, and I would encourage all of you to listen and engage with questions, as you've already heard. And of course, time has been allocated for each speaker. So one of my roles would also be to ensure that we stick to the time allocated. So without further ado, we are pleased to have with us today Dr. Fifi Edu Aful, who would be our first speaker. Dr. Edu is a senior researcher at the UNIDR Conventional Arms and Ammunition Program. He has over 15 years of extensive authoring experience, teaching experience, and also facilitating in matters of conflict, peace, and security. He's going to be talking to us in the next 25 minutes about challenging stigma, policy, and legal responses to sexual violence against men and boys. Please let us pay attention to Dr. Edu. Please, you're welcome on the platform.
Thank you very much, Tanke, for the introduction. I'll try and share my screen now so that we'll be able to. Please, can you see my screen now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much for the invitation to be part of this conversation this morning, discussing a very topical issue on sexual violence against men and boys. I will be speaking on the subject, challenging stigma, masculinity, and violence, and also looking at it in terms of its relationship with sexual violence against men and boys. I am happy that the conversation around sexual violence, particularly against men and boys, has gained traction and it is warranted this kind of webinar at this very important time. The first time that I had to engage with this very important subject for me was in 2017. I was reporting on sexual violence against men and boys, and we saw the numbers skyrocketing almost every year. Before 2017, we saw a spike in numbers when those reports came out. And so when we had to partner the UN to do that work, it was quite, for me, an eye-opening experience, because I'd worked on sexual violence more broadly, but having to confront the issue of sexual violence against men and boys for me, and also being a man, was something that actually really struck me as something that really needs to engage everybody's attention. My experience in dealing with the subject will come mainly. Okay, so that said, in terms of the introduction, for me, I believe that it is so important to situate this conversation in terms of where we are with sexual and gender-based violence against men and boys. And for me, the critical issue has to do with underreporting and stigmatization when it comes to the nature of sexual violence against men and boys. I think in the years past, the conversation has been around dealing with sexual violence against men and boys. Sorry, sexual violence against women and girls, because obviously consistently in most conflict situations, there are reporting issues of sexual violence, mainly against women and girls. Men and boys were not considered. And so it was really not heard of, because obviously in conflict situations, it was assumed that women were most vulnerable. They're the ones that were most affected by conflict, and were ones that oftentimes were more of the receiving end when it comes to sexual violence as a weapon of war. And so men were not actually featured in this conversation. And so if men even suffer dealing with sexual violence against men and boys. So the problem is this, that we have serious issues to do with underreporting. We have serious issues that are being dealt with in terms of the shame and stigma that comes with it. And we also have serious issues in terms of the infrastructure. And here I'm looking at the legal frameworks that exist to deal with the problem. We've had challenges with all of these things, and that has made it very difficult to deal with the issue of sexual and gender-based violence, mainly against men and boys. The other issue had to do with the global statistics in terms of that problem. Like I said, because men and boys were not coming out to report, because men and boys were not showing up when it came to dealing with the issue, you found out that the statistics were skewed towards women and girls, and rightly so, because of, in all sincerity, they're the ones that were at the main receiving end of this in conflict situation. But that doesn't mean that men and boys were not part of the problem. So even the statistics in terms of reporting was really skewed against men and boys, and that also had been part of the problem within which we find ourselves. Then the last problem, as identified with the issue of sexual violence against men and boys, has been a misconception around the fact that men cannot be victims. And that, for me, also helps us to situate the point around why men were not reporting when it comes to dealing with sexual and gender-based violence. And that can also perhaps help us to frame the questions around the nature of the problem that we have with respect to sexual and gender-based violence. But at the heart, for me, of the conversation had to do with masculinity and stigmatization, right? Masculinity, and here I'm talking broadly about hegemonic masculinity and the vulnerability, the invulnerability myth. And here the conversation for me has to do with the cultural norms that equate to masculinity with strength and dominance. I'm looking at the issue of victimhood, where masculinity, where men are supposed to show dominance and are not supposed to show vulnerability or weakness when it comes to dealing with sexual and gender-based violence. It's also part of the problem where we have serious underreporting, serious issues to do with stigmatization and inability of men to come out if they are the receiving end of this kind of violence. Then you have the impact on survivors and disclosure and support seeking. And here I'll give you a very good example of my own experience when we're in BRC doing the work on them. We had serious issues in terms of how the infrastructure didn't even support male reporting. I mean, there were countless times when we told the length and breadth of Congo where women told us that the men, when they even are at the receiving end of sexual and gender-based violence, will not come out because of the stigma attached to it. In fact, in some of the situations, it was the women that had to say that, listen, when the armed groups came into the community and they committed all of these atrocities, but the men also were abused. So the women had to actually speak on behalf of the men, for the men to sort of get support. And it's all part of the conversation that has to do with the fact that structurally, we do not have systems in place to help men to report, to help men to seek support, and to help men to get the right response that we need when it comes to dealing with the problem. And so that had also affected the survivor disclosure and then also support seeking bits. And that perhaps also would lead to the reluctance of men to access services. I mean, I remember in Kalemi, when I spoke to some of the men, they will tell you, can you imagine when you go to the hospital and tell them that you have been sodomized or you have been emasculated? How would they take it? How would the people around you look at it? It will seem as if you are weak as a man and you couldn't defend yourself. So you have all of this narrative and framing that had forced men and couched men into where they might not necessarily come out to be able to sort of divulge information with respect to their own suffering when it comes to sexual and gender-based violence. Beyond that, there were also issues of institutional silencing, where I'm talking about mainly also the structure, the legal frameworks that often overlooks male survivors, and then also basically looking at healthcare and law enforcement that is ill equipped to sort of respond sensitively to the needs of men when they have to deal with this issue of gender and sexual abuse. So there are multiple issues that are led to where we are today. The discourse on sexual violence has often been on women and girls. Male and men and boys have not really been part of the focus. So we need to break the silence. We need to be able to amplify the suffering of men and boys in this conversation. Interventions that previously also existed have only targeted females. And so we need to also be able to drive interventions that also provides the needs of men and considers the needs of men and boys in the conversation. So we know how armed violence and conflict environments provide the environment within which sexual violence actually thrives. And for the men, you see them actually suffering within this sort of environment. So we've seen how sexual violence has been used as a weapon of war and coercion. Men are emasculated, men are abused in such a way that it actually reduces their dominance and show their weakness and be able to sort of gain control over them. We've seen how there are varied perpetrators when it comes to sexual and gender-based violence against men and boys. So we find them really in armed groups, and also increasingly now we are finding them in also the emerging culture of gang and gang violence, where we are consistently finding out that men are being abused as a result of the issues that are linked to sexual and gender-based violence. So there are a couple of examples that you might want to look at more broadly. The DRC case is a very well-documented example of sexual violence against men and boys, but we've seen examples in Syria, we've seen reported examples in Ukraine, and in more recently, like I mentioned, if you go to South America, just the conflict environment. It's not just a conflict environment. Even in peacetime, men are being abused. Even in fragile situations, men and boys are being abused. So we need to be able to also disaggregate and unpack the environment within which sexual and gender-based violence are occurring, and not necessarily to look at it only as a conflict-related environment, so that it helps us to be able to sort of break that ice and be able to target every corner every environment, every space within which we find men as sufferers of this kind of violence. I wanted to bring the conversation also of masculinity, arms, and gang into the conversation of gender-based violence because of the current trends within which we find ourselves. We see the growing gang and gang violence. We've seen a growing violence linked to violent extremism and terrorism. There are a number of examples dotted over Africa and other parts of the world. And we see how there's a linkage between ownership of weapons and how that also helps perpetrators to increasingly continue to abuse their male victims. So you need to also pay particular attention to the availability of arms and how that also helps for the issue of sexual and gender-based violence and how men become victims of sexual and gender-based violence. The argument oftentimes in the literature is because, I mean, it's always centered on the fact that because men are mainly the perpetrators, we can, in discussing this kind of issues, cannot necessarily focus on them in terms of the suffering that they go through in these kinds of violence. But for me, I think we need to have a very dispassionate conversation around these issues and break the norms and the values around dealing with sexual violence against men and boys. So there's for me, there's a serious connection between ownership, men, and then also sexual violence. And we need to be clearly connect all of these dots if we want to be able to deal with the phenomenon of sexual violence against men and boys. We've seen how there's been a number of disarmament programs, there's been a number of disarmament activities in different conflict settings that has not necessarily targeted the needs of men and in terms of their suffering. So we need to also be able to sort of bring this kind of conversation into the different debates that we find ourselves in there. I know the previous speaker touched on the legal and policy framework that exists in there. And I know speakers after me would delve deep into the legal provisions when it comes to deal with this. But as a conflict scholar and as somebody who has worked on conflict situation in the past, if you look at the environment within which you have to deal with the issues of sexual and gender-based violence, there are multiple problems that you need to be able to address if you really truly want to deal with the phenomenon. The first one is how you have a gender legal definition of the phenomenon, right? Male survivors. In fact, I remember there was a time we were contending whether we focus on survivors or victims, and I think we've gone beyond that debate in that conversation. But also we need to look at the barriers to justice. How our criminal justice and procedural systems exist to support the needs of men. We see a lot of biases in this environment. And for me, that also contributes to the gaps that exist in terms of the legal and policy framework that exists to support the needs of men. The lack of survivor-centered approaches for me is also a very critical point. In the case of Congo, even when we visited places that were providing support for victims or survivors of sexual and gender-based violence, it never considered the needs of men. So certainly men will not go to such facilities to see support because there were no needs of men. In fact, when we asked UN agencies, we asked local NGOs in terms of what support exists for the needs of men, none of them had any kind of support because they were not even built and structured in a way to deal with sexual violence against men and boys. So we need to be able to focus also on the survivor-centered approaches that exist to help bring relief to the vulnerable, particularly men and boys in this situation. Beyond that, you have to also look at the international instrument that exists in the conversation when you're looking at sexual violence against men and boys. And I think overall, there's some sort of support when you look at it in terms of the global picture. We've seen how the Rome Statutes and the ICC statutes actually provide a space to consider the needs of sexual violence against men and boys. We've seen how the Rome Statutes, for instance, establishes sexual violence, including rape, sexual slavery, forced prostitution, forced pregnancy, and all other forms of sexual violence as crimes against humanity and war crimes. And it's very clearly spelled out in the language in those statutes is gender neutral. The statute does not restrict the definition of sexual violence to only female victims. It actually opens the space to recognize the needs of men as well as the needs of boys as survivors, and then provide that sort of environment for have to have that kind of discussion. Article 7 and Article 8 of the statutes, for me, are key because it helps us also frame the sexual and gender-based violence. And that article actually tells us about the serious violation that actually is placed on sexual violence of all forms, and how it talks about the response to dealing with those kind of sexual violence. Beyond the Rome statutes, if you look at the ICC jurisprudence, you also see how there is also space and opening in terms of ICC's own push to dealing with issues of sexual and gender-based violence. There are a number of people who have been to ICC that have been found or part of the conversation have also focused on sexual violence against men and boys. The very recent one that I remember is the Lubunga Owens case where they acknowledged male-targeted victims of sexual violence in conflict settings. So for me, there's that's on the global picture. There's that support to help in dealing and perhaps looking at it in a more broad sense in terms of the crimes associated with sexual violence. The UN Security Council Resolution 1820, 1888, and 2106 have all given the space for us to be able to address sexual violence, particularly in conflict situations. And the interesting thing for us to look at is how this international instrument help us to deal with the kinds of conflicts that we are having now, where they are more of internalized conflict and not conflict between states, more of internal conflict. We need to be able to see how to sort of engage those kind of conversation and highlight the support that we could provide for men and boys. Irrespective of these legal frameworks, there are implementation gaps, right? And there are gaps that perhaps we need to be able to hone in on and be able to help address some of the challenges that we are confronted with. When it comes to the implementation of the national laws, it's a major gap in terms of the conversation. There are issues of weak enforcement, and I'm sure to come up with some of the other presentations. And there are issues of stigma that still underlines issues of justice in all of these different conversations. So you find out that there are implementation gaps that we might have to address. We have the international legal frameworks, there are local frameworks that are not even in sync with some of these international legal frameworks. We need to be able to sort of unpack and disintegrate some of these legal challenges so that it helps us to address the needs of men and boys in the conversation of sexual violence. Even though there are a lot of traction have been made with respect to dealing with women and girls issues, we see some sort of challenges, and some of these challenges can be transferred to some of the challenges that we have with respect to men and boys. So beyond the gaps, there are also some intersectional considerations that perhaps we need to focus on. There are higher vulnerability of sexual violence, and looking at it in terms of the LGBT community, also the conversation around some of the marginalized communities where you have this actually thriving very much in the refugee, in the detainees in our prisons. I remember after my visit to do some work on sexual violence in the Congo, when I came back home, I was actually reflecting on the issues, and I tried to find out in my own country, which was Ghana, because I hadn't talked about the subject, we do not document it. And in the conversation, I was told that, listen, the best place to go and find out this is to go to our prisons, because that is a place where increasingly there are reported issues of sexual and gender-based violence. When I applied to get a support to go and visit our prisons, at the time I didn't get the clearance because this is a very sensitive topic. This is a topic that even at the time that was 2017. The state itself found that it was too sensitive a topic for me to even engage and write on in there. I couldn't make a lot of progress in there, but for me, I believe that these are huge points that we need to be able to deal with. And then there are also other multi-layered discrimination in terms of race, institutional frameworks, and all of this. These are all serious points that perhaps we need to be able to do. And then also the issue of mindsets, changing the mindset of people involved or people that have to be confronted with the subjects. For me, it's also a very important point. Why do I say that particularly? That I remember in Congo when we did the work, there was an incident where in a prison cell, a male victim accuses another prisoner of sodomizing him in prison. They pick the two of them out of the cells, they bring them out for interrogation, interrogate them, get a story, and then they send them back into the prison, the two of them into the same prison again. And there are issues because even the people who are having to deal with the subjects do not understand how you need to consider the needs of the victims and or the survivors, as you may want to call it, and all of the challenges associated with the problems to do with the subject. So there are multi-layered discriminations that have to do with all of these challenges that we have. But for me, at the heart of that is also changing the mindset of those security actors, changing the mindset of those who are providing support, the NGOs who are supporting victims, but also the legal environment that is there to support people who need assurances and people who need some sort of support to be able to confront with the subjects. We need to be able to change those sort of mindsets to help us to be able to address the problem as we see it. So for me, there are policy implications that perhaps we need to focus on. We need to reform our legal definition in terms of dealing with different kinds of conflict situations and then also different kinds of violence that are in conflict situations. From where I sit, I have seen that for countries that have been in conflict, they have very strong legal regime that help deal with sexual and gender-based violence. So countries that have not been in conflict before do not look at it in the same kind of light. And there are a number of examples. If I pick Liberia, if I pick Sierra Leone, if I pick DRC, I see them having very strong legal frameworks to support sexual and gender-based violence. And here it's very degenerated. So there are also policy frameworks that have to be centered on providing support for the victims. And here you're looking at medical, you're looking at psychosocial, you're looking at legal support. And for me, that is also very critical. Even the international organizations or international institutions that are providing support to some of these countries that are having to deal with this problem are not considering the needs of men and boys. And so we need to also change that narrative where the support for sexual violence is actually gendered. It is actually providing support to both genders. And I think for me, that is very critical in that regard. Then there is also the need to be able to train our security actors to be in here, not just security and justice actors to be able to appreciate the issues of sexual violence against men and boys. I mean, I've had issues where people said, oh, a man can never be raped. A man cannot say that he's been raped, and that cannot happen. But you know that men can be raped if you are going strictly by the definition of rape in some of these legal environments. So for me, training for the security actors and also for the justice actors, for me here, you're looking at lawyers, you're looking at judges, is very critical if we really want to get to the bottom of the problem of sexual violence against men and boys. And for me, I think those are quite important. Beyond that, the community and survivors' voices are very critical. How do we build the knowledge? How do we build awareness towards supporting needs of men and boys in conflict situations? We need to be able to provide what I call agency and leadership when it comes to dealing with survivors. That sort of agency must be demonstrated in the output of the work that we do out there to support men and women, boys and girls. We need to be able to support that strongly. There's also the issue of education and the fact that we need to destigmatize the issue of sexual violence against men and boys. We can do that through public education. And I've seen how in certain countries, for instance, there are education to see that yes, men can also suffer from sexual violence. There are explanations for some of these violences that men suffer. For me, public education is very key because if you are able to do the public education very well, then you can get men to come out when they are suffering from sexual violence. You can get men to sort of disclose. You need to be able to deal with all of these important points. Then the last one for me has to do with using media and the arts to also be able to shift the conversation around the norms and the legal frameworks that exist to deal with this phenomenon. I believe it is very important. So for me, the way forward is quite clear. We need to build the infrastructure. We need to build the structures to deal with sexual and gender-based violence. And here, this structure needs to connect to the humanitarian, needs to connect to the legal, needs to also connect to the peace-building sectors, because these are the areas where I feel there are challenges that we could be able to build the foundation to deal with sexual violence against men and boys. We need to be able to integrate male survivors into the LGBT policies in any of the countries. We shouldn't wait for a country to get into conflict before we start considering some of these things. Even in peacetime, we need to be able to build all of these different agencies into our legal frameworks and be able to respond to the needs of men in the conversation. We also need to challenge toxic masculinity when it comes to peace and security agendas. And here I'm looking at in terms of masculinity linked to weapons, ammunition, holding, and then all of these different points. We need to be able to link all of these into the conversation so that we are able to get to the bottom in terms of dealing with the issue of sexual violence against men and boys. And with that, I'll end my presentation. I hope I didn't go beyond the time, but I'll be happy to have respond to any questions that will come out in the plenary to be able to kind of delve deep into the issues better. So thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Edu. Yes, thank you for taking up the challenge to open up a discussion on this contemporary topic. And of course, for highlighting the prevailing challenges that exist in relation to sexual violence against men and boys. Of course, you noted the legal challenges involved, but you also noted that there has been some progress made in the legal frameworks, and you looked at the Rome Statute and also the jurisprudence of the ICC, as well as some United Nations Security Council resolutions. So, of course, progress is being made, but there's still room for improvement. You did speak about education, leadership, and campaigns, and of course, most importantly, a shift in the mindset, a shift in the norms. If we focus on some of these things, maybe we will be able to adequately address this particularly challenging issue. But of course, since you introduced the question of the legal framework, it just is appropriate for us to listen next to a renowned barrister from Nigeria. We are going to now invite Barrister Obobe Fidelis, who is a legal practitioner and human rights advocate in Nigeria. He's going to talk to us about, he's going to analyze the legal framework in Africa that regulates conflict-related violence against men and boys. And he's going to be using the Nigerian case study. So let us listen to him. I think Nigeria has made some progress in this regard, so he will have significant contribution to make. Barrister, you're welcome to the platform.
Okay, thank you to everyone on this platform. I've been greeting from Abuja, Nigeria to everyone. And I want to appreciate the Center for African Justice, Peace and Human Rights for organizing this program, which will give us an opportunity to conceptualize all the issues that involve men, because for a very long period of time, they will be excluded from the legal justice system and from seeking help in case if they are involved in one way or the other a conflict-related sexual violence. So I will start by introducing my topic, which is the analysis of the legal framework in Africa that regulates conflict-related sexual violence against men and boys, and using Nigeria as a case study. For us to understand the conceptualization of this framework, I would like to borrow the report of the United Nations Secretary General in his report released on 29th of March 2022, wherein they defined the concept of conflict-related sexual violence, which they stated that conflict-related and sexual violence involves the issue of rape, has to do with the issue of sexual slavery, forced pregnancy, forced prostitution, forced abortion, forced marriage, and other sexual violence of incomparable gravity that is connected directly or indirectly with the issue of violence and conflict. I know that in African society, we have a high level of conflict in African society today. Everywhere in Africa, before we used to have the conflict between state and state actors, but we have non-state actors playing a very high level of role in instigating conflict we have today in Africa. As a result of this, men for a very long period of time have been excluded from violence, from being protected as a victim of crime. Men are always being looked as a perpetrator of sexual-related violence against women. Not only in African society, it was also very difficult at the international criminal law to recognize that men can as well be a victim of violence and criminal-related sexual-related violence in a conflict situation. Just as the International Criminal Tribunal for former Yugoslavia, they failed to a very long period of time to actually recognize, they begin to introduce in 1993 to recognize that even sexual-related violence can actually be a crime against humanity, as well as war crime and offense of genocide. So as a result of that, it was difficult to actually begin to convict of the trials where there are obvious infringement and conflict-related violence against men and boys, to actually treat it based on its sexual nature. They were able to do that. Such also happened in the International Criminal Tribunal for Rwanda, which also recognized and agreed that sexual-related violence can also be issue of offense of war crime and crime against humanity, but they did not treat it based on its sexual nature, thereby excluding men from being a victim of crime and taking the benefit that can actually be taken from that instance. I will have an example of the case of the prosecutor versus Niyi Tegaka in the International Criminal Tribunal for Rwanda, wherein there is abundant evidence, available pieces of evidence, and even admission made before the tribunal that Niyi Tegaka participated in the castration of a Tutsi man by cutting off his genital and placing it on a stake. But the tribunal did not, they made an indictment, but there are no conviction based on its sexual nature. Due to this lacuna and gap at the international criminal level, international criminal law level, it was recently in 2013 when the United Nations Security Council agreed and explicitly mentioned that man or a boy can actually be a victim of sexual-related violence, especially in a conflict situation. So that resolution in 2013 by United Nations Security Council, that resolution 2106, actually instigated the movement for us to begin to incorporate and understand that man or a boy can actually be a victim of sexual-related violence. So at the international level, there is it took a very long period of time. Look at from the 1993, the issue of the International Criminal Court for Rwanda, 1994 from Rwanda down to 2013, when there is an explicit pronouncement that now instigated the movement to ensure that we begin to integrate men as victims of conflict-related sexual violence in a conflict places. We know that in Africa we have a lot of conflict, either the conflict between state actors versus state actors. But majority of the conflict we have today in Africa is the conflict between state and non-state actors. The issue of terrorist organizations using rape and other sexual-related violence in a conflict situation as a legitimate means of taking the spoils of war, or tactics as a strategy to create terror in the minds of the people. So coming down to Nigerian community or in Africa, it was also very difficult. The Nigerian and the African legal system or criminal legal system has also taken that same position, Because if you look at, like in Nigeria, we have a dual criminal codification where the states or different regions have the capacity to legislate and enact their own criminal law. In Nigeria, we have the penal code system and the criminal code system. The criminal code system is operational in the southern Nigeria, while the penal code is in that of the northern Nigeria. So under the section 282 of the penal code, it makes it very clear that where they define the offense of rape, that rape simply means that a man who has a sexual intercourse with a woman without her consent or with her consent, if the consent is obtained by force, intimidation, or in terms of full representation of a married woman, that we are the husband. So this expressly stated that under the penal code in Nigeria, men are always the perpetrators of sexual related violence, either in a conflict or in a peacetime. So this actually excludes that a woman cannot commit offense of rape, because one of the essential ingredients to commit offense of rape is the issue of penetration. And the penetration in this time can only within the man's genital that can actually commit that offense of penetration. And at that regard, a man cannot be a victim of sexual related violence, no matter what, because there are no legal provision for that. The same way has also the same position of the Nigerian Criminal Code in section 357, which stated that a man is said wherein they define the offense of rape, that offense of simply any person who has the sexual intercourse with a woman against her consent. So which means that under the penal code in Nigeria, women must only be the victim, a man cannot be the victim of sexual related violence. So in this regard, it seems as if there is exclusion of men from the benefits available to the victims of sexual related violence. So in this regard, because whenever you exclude the men, it becomes very difficult for us to include them in terms of advocacy, for us to end any form of sexual related violence, either against man or against women. And you know that in a conflict situation, it's also very difficult. You find out that men is always at the war front, that one participating in the war. And the enemies is also using rape or other form of sexual related violence to intimidate and frustrate them. So this thing has actually been happening where men have been excluded from taking benefit from or any form of victims related compensation or legal protection under the Nigerian criminal jurisprudence. I have also taken time to look at other jurisdictions, looking the criminal code of the South Africa, that of the Ghana, Uganda, and even Rwanda, who have actually suffered much of this conflict-related sexual offense. He has not also taken a bold step to conceptualize that a man can actually be a victim of sexual related violence in terms of in a conflict situation. Because while we are concentrating on the issue of conflict situation, because during the period of conflict, in the time of conflict, sexual related violence is being committed with high level of impunity, with no level of data to know the level of risk that this man has actually been exposed. And in African society, there is this issue that a patriarchal society, that man is supposed to be strong, is supposed to be man enough not to submit yourself to the issue of sexual related violence. It becomes very difficult. There is a barrier of reporting of such incidents in Africa. And above all, what even worsen it is because there is no legal protection available for a man who has actually suffered the issue of sexual related violence. So it was only recently in 2015 that the Nigerian federal government promulgated what we call the Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act of 2015, which explicitly borrowed the concept as introduced under the United Nations Resolution 2106, wherein they now define the offense of rape to include that a man can as well be a victim, wherein they stated that rape simply refers to if he or she had a sexual intercourse with another without her consent or without his consent, which means that the use of the word he or she and he in that concept actually now made it very clear that in Nigeria that a man can be a victim of sexual related violence, whether in a peacetime or in a conflict related environment. So this legislation has actually been taking place, but we still have some gap in terms of its implementation and its enforcement. Because in Nigeria, we have the Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act of 2015 is a national legislation. And other states, we have about 6 states in Nigeria as well as the Federal Capital Territory, which is supposed to domesticate with this legislation. But unfortunately, the last time I checked, I discovered that It's only about 17 to 18 states that have domesticated this novel legislation that has intervened to protect men from conflict-related sexual violence. So as a result of this, there is a campaign ongoing that other states should also try and incorporate and domesticate this novel so that men can as well start taking benefit from all these gender-related violence against men, because the former legislation almost screw it against men. Men is always the perpetrator and not the victim. And we know that in conflict-related sexual violence, there is the issue of stigmatization, the issue of shame, the issue of feeling of guilt, being dumped at the doorstep of the victim instead of in the right place where it belongs, which is the doorstep of the perpetrator. Is the perpetrator going to be ashamed of action which he have committed against humanity and committed also against God? But in what we see today in African society, we discover that it's only the victim of sexual-related offenses that are being made to face the shame and the guilt. And secondly, there is also the issue of this idea of homosexuality, which has a cultural and legal prohibition in many African societies. The last time I checked, I discovered that about 3 countries in Africa has a legal framework that prohibits homosexuality. And a man coming out to bring out himself that he has participated, maybe he was forced to have a sexual intercourse with a woman or anal sex, he may also be facing that legal bottleneck, but because he can be prosecuted for homosexuality. And homosexuality not even being prohibited under our law. Like we have the same-sex marriage of 2015 in Nigeria, which outlawed the same-sex marriage, homosexuality, and all that. Even apart from the same-sex marriage, the penal code, they have what they call the unnatural offenses and incest. So the issue of homosexuality fall under the unnatural offenses, which means this individual can also is not protected and exposing himself for a high level of prosecution as a result of what has happened to him. So there is a need for what I may call evangelism to ensure that we cooperate other stakeholders, especially the law enforcement agencies, which happen to be the first responders on the issue of conflict-related sexual violence. Because I don't if a man walks into a police station today in Nigeria and tell the police officer on duty that I have been raped, so I don't think that the reaction of that police officer will be in tandem with the provision of the act that the man can actually be protected. So there is a need for us to ensure education, especially on the part of the law enforcement agency, which happen to be first respondent on the issue of any kind. Especially in Nigeria, in the Nigeria Police Force, they receive about 75 to 80% of criminal cases. So there is a need for us to ensure that the investigations are being trained, the aid workers are being trained. What about the healthcare workers too? A man walking into a hospital and saying that I have just been raped, somebody have an anal sex with me. I don't know how even the medical doctor will react towards that. But if based on this type of program organized by the Center for African Justice, Peace and Human Rights, it is now an opportunity for us to begin to carry out the crusade to those levels, especially in our rural area, to let them know that you can actually be a victim. There is a legal provision available to you. So I also want to look at the judicial interventions or the judicial response from Nigerian society, Nigerian courts on this issue of sexual-related violence. You know that the Violence Against Person Prohibition Act of 2015, the agency that had the responsibility of its enforcement and implementation is the LAPTIP, which is the national agency in charge of trafficking and other related sexual offenses. So in 2023, there is a case against one Mustafa Abubakar Dankara, wherein he was arraigned before the Federal Capital Territory High Court for having a sexual intercourse and anal sex with a 12-year-old boy. The FCT High Court was courageous enough to convict Mr. Dankara and sentence him for life imprisonment, because that is the provision of Section 1 Sub 2 of Violence Against Person Prohibition Act. But when the matter went on the Court of Appeal, there is a dirty shift. Mr. Dankara was discharged and acquitted. And the reason of the court, I may not go into detail because I understood that matter is currently pending before the Supreme Court. I had a contact with the prosecutor in that matter, that the matter is the Supreme Court. But what actually happened that there is some pre-investigation misnomer that the investigator did not do what they're supposed to do, because Mr. Dankara, at the earliest possible time, during the investigation, pleaded what we call the alibi, that I was not at the scene of crime when this matter was happening. And the legal procedure is that you're supposed to go forward and investigate such statement from the defender or the suspect, the case may be, but that was not investigated. So that is one of the reasons that Court of Appeal held in discharging and acquitting Mr. Dankara. But the most important thing here is that there is a judicial intervention. The Nigeria court are ready to receive complaints and allegations of conflict-related violence against men and boys before our court. If the security agency and the institutional framework can actually support its implementation, ensuring that those that were victims have adequate response from the institutions, and though these legal barriers and cultural barriers that prohibit men from coming out to report the sexual-related violence against them can actually be widened and open, granting access to justice to all of them. I also encourage the issue of a purposive interpretation of anything that has to do with sexual-related violence, because the issue of sexual violence creates a high level of aversion in terms of healthy marital relations, sexual relations, the feeling of the guilt on the part of the victim. But whenever we open the door to enable the victim to enjoy justice, have access to justice, and be compensated, not only acting as a deterrent on the part of the perpetrator, but there is a high level of restorative justice in favor of the victim of such sexual-related offenses. Finally, I will look at the issue of conflict in itself, because if you look at everywhere in Africa today, there's a high level of conflict in one state or the other. Before, what we used to have in Africa is a state versus a state, like Ghana having a war with Nigeria. But today, there are interventions of non-state actors in African society today that are the major progenitors and enforcers of conflict-related violence, sexual-related violence in African society. Like in Nigeria, we have many states that have been under Boko Haram and terrorist or glacial operations since 2009. And if we did not look at the conflict prevention mechanism that can enable us to ensure that we have a peaceful environment where, because one thing that one thing that happened is that the issue of sexual-related violence is that the victims supposed to at all times have the support of the community, and if they have that support, it gives them the opportunity to engage. But in a conflict environment, there is a high level of impunity, because those data cannot easily be connected. They do that without being traced. There are no deterrents, there are no punishment. And I believe that if we can actually bring the issue of conflict-related sexual violence in Africa to its barriers minimum, there are for us to look at the drivers and the conditions that support conflict in African society. And I believe that the issue of terrorism, and especially non-state actors, to ensure that we'll be able to, tame them, bring them to each other, restore peace in our community, so that even if it will happen at all, there will be a legal instrument and opportunity to ensure that we will be able to, bring such a person to book. Okay, let me look at one or two challenges that have been bedeviled the issue of implementation of violence against person protection act, which actually created an opportunity for a man who happened to be a victim of sexual-related violence can actually seek help. I have already mentioned the issue of the cultural prohibition of homosexuality, which is one of the things that prevent men from coming out to report. Because upon reporting that you are a victim of sexual-related violence, either in a conflict situation, there is a cultural barrier against you, that people will look at you as a homosexual, as a man. How can you allow yourself to be raped, or you have committed a homosexual act, either culturally or legally? Because in Nigeria too, there is a legal prohibition of homosexuality. Secondly, there is also the lack of training of the agencies that are responsible in enforcement of this law. Another one is the issue of domestication of this law to different other states in Nigeria, so that you become all encompassing, so that the information can actually take hold down, so that anywhere you are in Nigeria or anywhere in African society, you can actually be protected under the law. So now my recommendation going forward, that there is a need for us to amend several legal legislation in Africa, anywhere you are, whether you are in Sudan, whether you are in Rwanda, whether you are in Uganda, whether you are in South Africa, or even Democratic Republic of Congo, Central African Republic, or anywhere in the world where there is a conflict-related sexual violence, there is a need for us to reject our legal instrument to ensure that men and boys can actually be a perpetrator, because excluding men will also not include them in becoming advocates, to ensure that we bring the issue of violence, conflict-related sexual violence to its barriers minimum in our world today. Thank you very much. I'll give opportunity for the questions.
Wow, wow. Thank you, Barrister, for such passionate delivery on this topic. And thank you for introducing the Nigerian situation to us and for demonstrating at least that Nigeria is taking steps in the right direction legislatively, for his presentation and for highlighting the progress made in Nigeria so far. And we pray that other states in Nigeria and other African nations will adopt legislations that can help push this agenda forward. Of course, we know that the law follows society, so the more people engage with this topic, I'm sure the more the legal frameworks will improve to catch up. And you also, at the beginning, talked about the jurisprudence of some of the tribunals, including the ICTR, and you mentioned how the decisions in those cases, in spite of factual situations, the legal findings did not follow to find that men were victims of sexual violence. So that brings us nicely into the question of the overlooked victims, right, of acts of sexual violence. We'll move on and listen to the next speaker, Dr. Tim. Dr. Tim Shand is a policy consultant at Global Action on Men's Health. He has done some incredible work on exposing the global neglect of sexual violence against men, which is the topic we are discussing today. At Global Actions on Men's Health, he advocates for changes in legislation and policies so that they can adequately address men's needs, which is, of course, what we have been hearing about. So, Dr. Tim, please, you're welcome to talk to us about global and African policy gaps on violence against men and boys. Welcome.
Great. Thank you so much for that kind introduction, and thank you for the opportunity to be with you. It's great to be part of this conversation. I'm going to share my screen if that's all right, and I've got a couple of slides and I'm going to walk you through. And thank you to the barrister for those very powerful remarks that we just heard. Are you seeing the presentation on the screen?
Yes.
Great, great. So yeah, I'm a policy consultant with Global Action on Men's Health. I also co-direct my own consulting agency, Shancut Consulting, that works extensively on global health and development, and I'm affiliated with Queen Margaret University, and it's a real pleasure to be part of this conversation. I've worked on men, masculinities and violence for about 20 years, and in particular, I've spent quite a bit of time working in the Global South, living in South Africa, and in Malawi, where I did my PhD research, and exploring these very topics. And so what I want to talk to you about today, and I think it dovetails really well with what the barrister has just been talking about, in terms of both the global policy analysis that we have done at Global Action for Men's Health, and then I'm going to share some of my prior work on policy analysis in Africa, in particular, to really try and add on to the picture around the gaps in relation to policy responses to men's experience of violence. Firstly, I want to introduce Global Action for Men's Health. So we are an international network with around 80 organisational and individual members. They're mostly national men's health organisations, as well as researchers and advocates, but we also have a range of other women's health and other partner organisations, and we would extend an invitation to all of you on the call to join us. Our mission is to create a world where all men and boys have the opportunity to achieve the best possible health and well-being wherever they live and whatever their backgrounds. And in particular, we strive to influence policy at the global and national level. So we operate globally, working closely with many of our partners in country, especially partners who are seeking to influence the men's health agenda nationally. But we also work very closely and in solidarity with women's health organisations. We believe and we know from evidence that where we can improve men's health and well-being, it's good not only for men, it's good for their partners, and it's good for everyone. So we take a strengths-based and strong accountability approach to our work. Before I dive into the policy analysis, there's two overall comments as it relates to policy that I want to talk about. Two kind of points I want to make. And really the first point is just to kind of commend the Centre for African Justice, Peace and Human Rights for initiating this topic. When I was based in South Africa, I was international project manager for a study together with Promundo, now Equimundo, and Sonke Gender Justice, which really emphasized not only the high levels we know of women experiencing sexual violence and conflict, but also the really high levels of men. And you can see the figures there on the screen in terms of 9% of men who have experienced. But we also, the study coordinators also found high levels of violence against boys. And I think importantly, as we think about policy, it's not only do policies speak to the need to address sexual violence against boys, do they also speak to the implications of that? And you can see these results here in terms of 75% of men who reported being ashamed to face their families because of a lack of work or the shame due to violence or otherwise. This report is available on the Equimundo website, as is the full report, and I'm really delighted that I see on the agenda one of the co-principal investigators, Henny Slay, for this study is speaking to you later. But my key point here is that not only to congratulate you, but to really to highlight that policy needs to speak not only to sexual violence but against boys, but the implications of that. The second overall point I want to make in terms of framing policy is how we talk about men's violence in the context of conflict and war. The piece that I referenced at the bottom is an article I wrote for the International Journal of Men's Social and Community Health about the language that we use around the current war in Ukraine. And I think one of the things that is really important as we think about what we then see reflected in violence is that discussions on war and using Ukraine as an example are primarily gender neutral. But we know that men are the predominant actors. And the fact that we talk about men, we talk about soldiers and combatants who lose their lives, who are injured, who experience violence, who experience sexual violence, who experience torture, but we don't gender them. We don't name the fact that these are principally men, with the implications for these men themselves and their partners and their families. And this is in no way to take away the critically important role that women play, particularly female combatants in the context of the Ukrainian war. But it's to talk about the fact that there is a huge ongoing impact of men's violence and conflict, which policy needs to acknowledge, and we need to name it as what it is, as predominantly a situation in which men are the primary actors, the primary initiators, the primary participants, and the ones that are predominantly losing their lives or directly experiencing the violence. So those kind of two framing points. And I want to talk about the global policy analysis that we did. On behalf of Global Action on Men's Health, we did a global analysis of the representation of men in regional and global sexual and reproductive health policy. So we looked at the major UN institutions, the major donors, the major norm setters in terms of sexual and reproductive health policy, to look at to what extent does the policy include a focus on men and address men's needs. I was a principal author of this together with my colleague Connor. And what I want to begin with is just highlighting a couple of the overall results. I'm not going to talk in detail about all the different areas of SRH, sexual and reproductive health, of which this report covers many, and the report is available on the website of Global Action for Men's Health if you are more interested. But in particular, I'm going to zoom into the bucket around violence that you see in the arrow pointing there. Firstly, I want to talk about what we found overall, because it really reflects the ways in which violence policies or policies talk about violence. So overall, thinking at and looking at men's sexual and reproductive health in its breadth, we found that 57% of these international and regional policies from key institutions that inform sexual and reproductive health didn't acknowledge men's sexual and reproductive health. And only 16 of those, so just over 1 in 10, actually addressed men's sexual and reproductive health needs, including a sufficient focus on violence. There was a negative and instrumental framing around men we found in these international policies, and there was a narrow focus relating to men's SRH needs, including violence. Excuse me, and there was a limited focus on different groups of men, particularly the most vulnerable. So overall, as we call the report out of focus, men's needs were out of focus in terms of global and regional SRH policies. Specifically on the topic of violence, SRH global and regional policies commonly talked about violence, but overwhelmingly this was positioned as only male on female violence, whether that was explicit or often implicit. And because of the fact that violence was commonly covered within this policy, indicators and targets were only on women and girls' experience of gender-based violence or intimate partner violence. Only 19% of policies acknowledged that men experience violence. And I think it's important to say that, and this is reflected in what I'll talk about in a moment in terms of the African analysis, is that even where there was an acknowledgement of men experiencing violence, there was very little detail, there was very little explanation, there was very little analysis or steps. Violence prevention, which we all, I'm sure, would agree is critically important, was lacking in focus, with policy principally focusing on mitigating the effects of violence against women. And there was very little focus on engaging men themselves in prevention. This is in no way to take away from the really critical, important analysis and focus on men's violence on women within SRH policy, but really to highlight that given the overwhelming data, what you're talking about in this conference, and the need to also address men's own experience, we found the global and regional policy to be very lacking. Similarly, when you looked at what policy says about sexual violence, most commonly sexual violence would only be raised as an issue within at-risk groups in relation to HIV and STIs, so particularly men having sex with men. But given the need for policy to speak to all different types of groups, including heterosexual men, we found that policy really didn't speak to the breadth of those who experience sexual violence. There was very limited focus within this global and regional policy on violence against men in conflict settings, no recognition of young male sexual abuse survivors, and we know, coming back to that earlier DRC study, just how important it is to address the experience of those who are survivors and who experience abuse in early age, and I'm sure you'll be talking about that later. And overall, there was a silence and stigma on this issue that in a way reinforced the lack of policy. And I imagine that's already been raised, that the very fact that this issue is stigmatized then feeds into a limited policy focus, and a limited policy focus then continues to reinforce the silence around this. So we found overall in our global analysis to reinforce this point and to really underline the importance of your conversation today, that policy that we analysed, and that was through a rigorous process, beginning with a large number of policies, which we then reduced down using a systematic approach to I think around 47 globally. Those policies perpetuated the perception that men cannot also be victims of violence and sexual violence. I now want to move on to what do we know, what in terms of the African specific continent. And I'm going to share some of my work when I was based in South Africa together with Sonke Gender Justice in relation to policies that look at engaging men and boys in prevention of GBV, but also men's own experience of violence. And you'll see that the picture in across Africa, and this has been reiterated by what the barrister was saying in terms of Nigeria, is very similar to the global picture. I'm not going to go into detail of all of these boxes, but basically green on this box is sufficient focus on engaging men and addressing kind of men's needs. Yellow is there's room for improvement, and red is that the policies were found to be inadequate. Where the arrow is pointing is a column that talks specifically about, do these national policies on gender-based violence, GBV laws, GBV strategies, national GBV work plans and frameworks, or violence prevention initiatives, including sexual violence in conflict in many countries that you see listed here, such as the Democratic Republic of Congo and others, have either experienced conflict or are currently experiencing conflict. But that bar that's where the arrow is pointing specifically talks about, do these policies acknowledge the violence that men themselves experience and how that can potentially be a risk factor for future violence? And you see that there's not a single country that is green. There is many countries that are red, and there are a kind of similar number of countries that are yellow. And where those countries were yellow, again, it wasn't that it had particularly strong policy focus on men's experience of violence. It was that it acknowledged that it happened, but there was no specifics around this. And this is a recurring theme in the policy analysis that we've undertaken, that there may be an acknowledgement, but very often there then aren't specific strategies and plans to then address that particular gap. So what did we find overall in Africa in terms of through that particular policy analysis? And there are many others. I'm obviously sharing the one that I particularly worked on. Men were viewed primarily as perpetrators of violence in policy, reiterating what we found just at the end of last year in terms of our global analysis. Many policies do, however, note the importance of prevention, which should be celebrated. Most countries did not acknowledge the violence that men experience within these national GBV policies, and there was limited focus on childhood experiences of violence and how this can be directly or indirectly associated with violence in later life. Final slide on policy. I think it's really important as we think about the international context of our policy analysis and then the African-specific context to also zoom in to 1325 UN Security Council resolution and the Women, Peace and Security Agenda, which of course you're all familiar with, and want to kind of acknowledge your concept note for this event in terms of you particularly kind of highlighting that, which I thought was great. In my analysis over the last 15 kind of odd years, looking at the WPS agenda, I've found that gender is largely focused only on women in WPS. WPS has got some incredibly important elements to it, not least the critically important aspect of engaging women and having women front and center in the peace process, which often is a process which is only run by men or can be a very patriarchal process. But nevertheless, gender is synonymous with women in this process, just as we found that gender is synonymous with women in the sexual and reproductive health and policy context in our analysis. And that, of course, feeds in again to that point that I raised right at the start, that we don't gender men in conflict. So then, as a result, we don't then think about their needs. We don't then think about how these issues are relational, men's gender in relation to others, and we don't think about the impact of this violence not only on men themselves, but on others, their partners and their families. And so I found a lack of focus on gender roles, norms, and experiences related to manhood and masculinity within WPS, as have many others. National action plans for 1325 don't include sufficient language on engaging men and boys. There's not a sufficient focus on psychosocial support interventions, which is a really important aspect. And I'm sure, again, you're going to hear more about that in the next session in terms of dealing with the violence that men themselves experience. And there's a predominant focus within WPS on women as victims of violence, which again is critical, but it doesn't link to that broader understanding of gender. And how do we break that cycle of violence, but also do we understand the needs that men themselves have and address the particular implications for men, just as we at the Global Action for Men's Health believe it's really important to address the specific health needs of men and boys, and to centre and to acknowledge in the context of sexual and reproductive health, for example, how men's lives or needs are also important in relation to that. So in closing, what does that all mean? Firstly, this global and the earlier African regional analysis points to the need for greater acknowledgement in policy on violence and sexual violence that men and boys experience themselves, particularly at a young age and in conflict settings. And I think that really just reiterates what the barrister mentioned a moment ago. Policy needs to acknowledge the broader societal benefits of reducing men's experience of violence. That this is not just about addressing this particular need, which of course is critical. It's how do we address men's experience of violence, because it's good for men and it's good for everyone, and it's good for healthier societies. And again, that piece that I wrote in relation to the Ukrainian context really tries to flesh out some of these kind of implications of not talking about men as the primary combatants and those who are experiencing violence and who are losing their lives in huge numbers in that particular conflict. We need to strengthen prevention focus within policy, including seeking to meaningfully engage men in challenging harmful male gender norms and promoting gender equality and women's rights, and really strengthening prevention within our focus on violence policy. And finally, if we don't collect data and information around it, we don't really understand what's going on. And we certainly are not able to commit to targets and reducing it. And there is a significant gap within policy that often doesn't include sexist aggregated data around this, doesn't sufficiently include data points that help us to understand men's own experiences in relation to violence, alongside data on women. And I think in particular, it's really important that national data sets and national governments, as well as these international institutions, which are earlier in global analysis kind of looked at, really also broaden their own data sets to ensure that as far as possible they are collecting data on men as well as data on women, to really give us a full picture around. And this is not about men versus women in any way. We need to continue to increase the focus on women's needs and on women's experiences of violence, but really to have more equity in responses, but also to better understand men's needs in this context for everyone's benefit. So thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. Please do have a look at our website at gamh.org. Back to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Doctor, for your presentation. That was very good. We can see a consistency in the flow of our conversations. There is this common call for more attention on gender-based violence against men. There's a call for legislative change. There's a call for data collection. There's a call for sensitization and all kinds of campaigns. As we say, it seems to be a new focus, so it will take some time for it to pick up enough speed, but we are all here because we are committed to the cause, and we should continue with our advocacy on this subject matter. So thank you very much, Dr. Tim. You have shared gracefully the work you have done on your website, and along with all the other speakers who have done tremendous work on this topic. We hope to continuously engage with you all, and hopefully some years down the line, we'll be here to see the successes we have achieved. Now, before we move on to the Q&A session, just to inform all of you, there was a moment during the presentation when we experienced a hack. And yeah, what we saw was a result of that hack. So the team has asked me to please apologize to all the participants for that. And they are working very hard to make sure an incident like that does not happen again, especially on a forum like this with esteemed participants. So thank you very much for understanding. We shall now go to Q&A. I have a few questions that have been sent to me, and I will find them. And I'll read them as they are, and the floor will be open to all the participants to see if they can provide a response. So our first question goes, it says, researchers and activists who focus on male-directed sexual violence sometimes deal with the critique that their work is distracting attention away from a more important gender equality issue, which is sexual violence against women. So the question is this attitude still prevalent, or has the work of activist researchers like Chris Dolan in Uganda or the work of legal scholars like Lara Stemple in use of UCLL, have the work of these people come to be seen as a legitimate contribution within most fields of feminism and gender studies? That is the question. So I don't know which of the speakers wants to take this up. I guess bottom line is the work we are doing here now a distraction from what we should be focusing on, which is violence against women? Do you face such criticisms? Yes, Barrister.
Thank you very much. To me, I don't think that is actually a distraction because we're advocating for a holistic approach to the issue of conflict-related sexual violence. It's a holistic approach. Let's show equity and justice. Justice is for all. Moreover, men has been the one who has been pushing and advocating for this equality. They are advocating that let us increase women participation in all different spaces of life. And when you exclude men, you can also not include them in the advocacy. So let it be holistic. That's what we are talking about, not to distract attention. And I believe that justice for one is a justice for all. So I don't look at the allegation cannot actually be founded because the legislations for time immemorial has actually removed men from being victims. They cannot take benefit available for victims of such crime if there are no legal instrument, no legal framework, no advocacy for them to be incorporated. Are you saying that if a young boy suffered a case of sexual related violence, like the example I gave in the case of Nigerian court, that the boy should just go home, he cannot report such, there are no justice available to him? I believe that we are talking about a holistic approach to sexual related violence, and it will become more effective if all the parties and victims are being carried along. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Barrister. Yes, Dr. Tim.
Sorry, I couldn't find the way to raise my hand on the I'm electronically challenged. Yeah, I mean, so this is a very good question, and I would agree with the barrister's response, but a couple of things that maybe if I can add to it. So, I think there is very compelling evidence now that the kind of, in particular, the importance of preventing that cycle of violence. So if we can intervene in terms of addressing and dealing with the violence that men experience in younger years, we can then go on to prevent violence perpetrated against women and girls. So if we ultimately want our overall aim to be violence prevention, which I'm sure is the basis of the question in terms of is it distracting attention, then I think we critically know that we have to address, and it's not just working with younger men and boys, it's also recognizing the violence that older men and the fact that, as I'm sure you've talked about already, that that men can change, and there are strong initiatives, I'm sure some of which you're going to hear around that seek to and can change men's violence. But I think it's important also to, in response to the question, to think about what are the broader implications, societal implications of men's experience of violence. And we certainly, in relation to the health side, frequently see in our work just how the impacts of men's ill health is not just felt by men themselves, it's felt by their partners, it's felt by societies. And so if we think about violence and the violence that men experience, and thinking back to some of that research in the DRC around the kind of shame and stigma, the inability to contribute fully to kind of being the breadwinner and otherwise, what's the broader cost to society? How do, as we often say in this work, women end up picking up the pieces of the violence that men experience? I do think that it's a moment for humility. However, we've just seen huge global cuts. We've been directly affected in our own work at Shankar Consulting quite significantly by the cuts from global aid, donor institutions, and we have done a lot of work, in particular supporting women's access to services that respond to their experiences of sexual violence, So I think it's important as we think about it to say that how do we work on this, but also continue to push for a strong response to the needs for women's experiences of violence, and also that it can't be prevention versus services or response. It needs to be both prevention and response, and I think that's critical. I would just say from the UK's perspective, and I think you may find this, we're having a little bit more of a moment around men and boys. I think internationally, there is perhaps less movement, but I feel like some of the international bodies are a little bit behind the trends. And certainly, in the UK, we're seeing, for example, the first time ever our government has just announced and that it's going to have a men's health strategy in the UK. We've got other institutions in the elsewhere in the US and otherwise that are really continuing to advocate this cause. So I think there is more attention to this, but I think we're in a very financially and economically challenged time. So I think part of my argument for this would say that this is about effectiveness. Do we want effective, impactful, evidence-based programming that's really about everybody's well-being, not pitting one person against another? And how do we do that in equitable ways? And I think, if we want to, think about that as effectiveness, and we do that with humility, and then I think that, we should hopefully can make the argument that this is critically important.
Thank you, Dr. Tim. Dr. Edu, you wanted to make a
I
contribution
think
as
my
well.
two earlier speakers have sort of delved deep into so I guess I'll just perhaps add something a little to it. I think at the heart of the conversation for me is the issue around equity and equality, and building that into the conversation of men's health, and then also of men's needs when it comes to dealing with the issue of sexual violence. But beyond that, also perhaps we need to focus on violence prevention, as Tim rightly said. I think for men, that for me should be the critical focus. Do we have the appetite to put men's needs on top of the table? I feel there's still some work to be done in that regard. In fact, I think recently we were having a conversation whether it is now time to also have UN men, for instance, to complement UN women, because we've had conversations where men's needs are not put out there on the table. And anytime you raise men's needs, it's as if this is really not a priority. So I believe it's, for me, a conversation to be had, and like I said, it goes to the core of the discussion. But I believe that there's still work to be done in terms of putting the conversation around male sexual violence and all of this is on top of the table. There's a lot to be done. I know some work has been done, but there is still some of work to be done, because obviously when we discuss this when we discuss, or when there's this conversation of sexual violence, the focus is often on perpetrators and victims, and it's like it's just the binary of male perpetrators, female victims, and we do not try to flip the table to look at perhaps there could also be male victims, right? And there could be female perpetrators, and once we are able to sort of integrate and engage with those different concepts, I believe would be able to place high on the table this conversation of male violence. Yeah.
Right. Thank you all. I guess the message there is there is really no competition. We are looking for equality, for everybody to have a position to fight for their rights and interests, so they can work together. Violence against men, violence against women, we should all be fighting against such things. The second question is about legal instruments and policies, and it says, are there specific legal instruments, policies, or initiatives that the African Union has developed or championed that directly address conflict-related sexual violence? The focus here is on action by the African Union. Do we have anything in that regard from the African Union? who's taking that up.
I don't know if Barrister will want to take that because I don't speak for African Union and I cannot be seen to be speaking for the African Union. But what I know from my previous experience is that oftentimes AUs respond to some of these different issues that we have in the peace and security environment, sort of glean from the work that has already been done by the United Nations. So if you take, for instance, United Nations Security Council Resolution 1325, there are aspects of it. I mean, its implementation, the AU also sees it in its own work in terms of the different pillars as we have it. I'm the wrong person to speak on that in terms of how there are AU instruments in there, but I know AU has a number of multiple instruments that they perhaps glean from UN in furtherance of their work on the continent, and maybe Barrister will be in a better position to address that particular one.
Any contributions, Barrister? And of course, while you're contemplating, okay, yes, Barrister.
Okay. Actually, the AU has also taken some defeating positions, but not expressed decision on whether a man or a boy can actually be a victim of conflict-related sexual violence. But there is an outright prohibition on the different resolution of the AU that sexual-related violence is actually prohibited, because they have also their counterterrorism strategy. If you look at that document or counterterrorism strategy of the African Union, which is also an offshoot of the UN Global Counterterrorism Strategy. It also contains a prohibition against sexual-related violence, either in a conflict or in a peacetime. But AU has not did not have a similar resolution that is in tandem with Resolution 2106 of the United Nations Security Council that now makes man to be a victim of sexual-related violence, men and boys to be a victim of sexual-related violence, especially in conflict-related environments. So Africa Union, to a very large extent, is also working towards that provision. But this Violence Against Prohibition Act of Nigeria of 2015 has been the first in Africa continent that have actually explicitly stated that a man or a boy can actually be a victim of sexual violence, and also that a woman can be a perpetrator. Because sometimes we used to always put the issue of the blame of being a predator on the hand of man. I have an experience too, where a school teacher used a pen to poke into the genital of a female, a 5-year-old boy. So it's a sexual related violence against that boy. So that to show that a woman can also be a perpetrator, not only a victim. So vis-a-vis, a man can also be a perpetrator and in those same times. So in conclusion, Africa have actually done some work, but not outright prohibition or the explicit making men to be victims of sexual-related violence, as the case may be, such as we have in Resolution 2106 of the UN Security Council.
Thank you, Barrister. Dr. Tim?
I mean, I think the Barrister said it all. I mean, I think what I would maybe just reiterate is, I think, and it comes back to your earlier point, a fool, if that is the right, was correct. Is I think many of these regional instruments or organizations rather continue that paradigm, or as you mentioned, of kind of men are particularly perpetrators and women are victims. And I would just encourage us to think not only about the African Union, but also the East Africa Community, ECOWAS, SADC. And we did some analysis before. When I was at Sonke Gender Justice, we looked at all these institutions and we found that they were all lacking in terms of their analysis on this issue. So, yeah, I think part of what it reminds me a little bit about a conversation that there was once had kind of a long time ago about, do we need to have a men, peace and security kind of conversation? But I think the WPS 1325 is the paradigm that is being used, and I do think that there is a need to definitely to continue to advocate for an expansion of that paradigm and to reflect that within the African Union and the other regional bodies within Africa, which can be just as impactful as African Union. So I think that's a really important advocacy point for the centre, which, if you're not doing that already, over.
Yeah, okay. Thank you all for making a contribution towards a response to that question. And we do agree when there's a new area, so to speak, and everybody is trying to develop the laws around it, harmonization always becomes an important discussion. Some people are moving faster than others, some are slow, but harmonization is where we hope we can get to, which I think brings us to the third question, which the question basically says, could we elaborate on how domestic legal frameworks differ from international regulations in recognizing and addressing sexual violence against men and boys? And what steps can be taken to harmonize these approaches to ensure consistent protection of male victims? I think we've heard a little bit about this, but if any of you wants to respond to this question, please, the floor is yours.
Okay, I would like to say that.
Yes, Barrister.
Okay, I would like to say that, you know, under the international law, if there is a resolution by United, at any level, at United Nations level, there is a need for domestication in many African countries, which they're supposed to go to their own lawmaking body to actually domesticate it. Like in Nigeria, in Section 12 of 1999 Constitution, is explicit that such international treaty obligation is not binding on Nigeria until it has passed the process of domestication. So that is actually what we are campaigning, that the domestic legal framework was supposed to, you know, bring down such international resolutions, treaties, to ensure that they are also applicable at domestic level. That is exactly what Nigeria, because if you look at the resolution 2106 of the UN, it's actually what gave birth. It happened in 2013, and in 2015, Nigeria now took the bold step to have the Violence Against Person prohibition out of 2015. So what I'm saying in the essence is that there is a need for us to carry out the advocacy. Let those African states begin to domesticate such international treaties and agreements and resolutions to be part and parcel of their legislative legal framework so that it can be implemented. But at that international level, it cannot be applied directly without passing through the process of domestication and making laws to actually reflect such international standards in our domestic legal framework in Africa.
Yeah, thank you very much, Barrister, for bringing in that legal aspect of domestication, which is something that must happen for the international and the national legal frameworks to kind of speak to each other and harmonize. Was there anything else Tim or Dr. Edu could add to this answer? Or nothing? Okay. All right, that's good. And because I see questions coming up a lot about this particular process. The next question is asking about given an oversight in male victimization, again, what legal reforms or policy adjustments would we propose to ensure that domestic laws explicitly include and address sexual violence against men and boys? And are there any international best practices that could serve as a model? So it's still around the same issue of domesticating laws, but are there any best practices anywhere? Maybe I don't know, Nigeria, for example, are there any best practices there that you could recommend for other nations to be able to domesticate these laws and ensure that the sexual violence against men is fully recognized? Yes, Barrister.
Our advocacy is that the legal instrument should be gender neutral. They should not just believe that men is only the perpetrators and women are the victims. That's what we're advocating. So that's what we had in Nigerian legislation, the Violence Against Person Prohibition Act, which expressly uses the word he or she. So which means a woman can be a perpetrator as well as a victim. A man can be a perpetrator as well as the victim. So such legal instruments is what we're advocating, that will begin to amend our criminal laws in the African continent to reflect that position. That's not only the men that can actually be a perpetrator. A man can also be a victim of sexual related violence. So the real Pros is that let it be gender neutral, not just believe that it's only men that can commit this act. I have had experience where a woman has also perpetrated sexual violence against a fellow girl as well as a boy child. So we're looking at let it be gender neutral. A man can be a victim, a woman can be a victim, a man can be a perpetrator, and a woman can as well be a perpetrator. Let the legal instrument reflect that new conceptualization, starting from the United Nations resolution and what we are doing currently in Nigeria.
Thank you very much, Barrister. Yes, Dr. Tim.
I just want to kind of emphasize or support the barrister in his remarks. I mean, I think, what we found in our international policy analysis is that there's no lack of focus, or in fact our Africa analysis as well. There's no lack of focus of policies and laws on violence, sexual violence. There is a lot of policies and laws on that, but it's the paradigm in which these policies operate, and I think this is so I think reiterating and that, by the way, is the same when you look at other areas. So if you look at sexual reproductive health more broadly, we find the same. There's no lack of focus on sexual reproductive health, but there's a lack of focus on men's needs within that. And I think it comes back to this gender neutral point, but I think it's also about, we have to see men as gender actors. We need to see them as having their own needs, understand the specific kind of social construction of masculinities, but also in a way we need to recognize that they also have vulnerabilities. And I think that this is part of the challenge, is that we're kind of stuck in that paradigm. And I think what is interesting in our policy analysis is so often it's not explicit. Policies just talk about violence and violence perpetration, but with an assumption that basically the unnamed actor is the man who is perpetrating the violence. And so I think part of it really is about a paradigm shift. This is what we advocate for at Global Action for Men's Health, a paradigm shift in global policy, really to recognize that equity point. We really need more equity in policy that recognizes that men have their own needs, that it's important for men and it's important for others. And so I wouldn't necessarily, in response to the questioner, I wouldn't necessarily say we need a whole set of new policies. I think what we need is to look at our existing policies, to take some of the analysis that has been done to say, how do we shine a light on that policy, to really highlight the way in which it's actually quite gender biased. It's really kind of focused specifically on women, and that remains important. But I think it's coming back to what the barrister said and others have said. We need to recognize that we need policy that can apply to men as well as apply to women and to other sexual identities. So yeah, just to reiterate, I think it's really remains the critical kind of gap, I would say, and I think it's about inserting men's needs into this conversation, which is what you're trying to do. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much all for the responses. And yeah, like we said at the beginning, this is a contemporary topic and everybody is interested in it from different perspectives. And we are all looking for best practices because, like Dr. Tim said, the policies, the laws, they are available. The principles are there. Now it's about our mental states. What are we thinking about? Who's the victim? Who's the perpetrator? If we could have a paradigm shift in the way we understand those things, then maybe we would be able to better implement what we want to achieve here. There are a few other questions. Some of them are quite general in their scope. What kind of action can be taken to try to prevent young victims from becoming perpetrators themselves? I think this is a very general question in relation to child soldiers and all kinds of and victims of crimes turning out to become perpetrators themselves later on. The participant wants to know if there's any kind of action that can be taken to prevent this kind of a vicious cycle. Yes, yes, Dr. Tim.
I mean, looking at your program for the second
Yeah.
session, I think there are many initiatives there that I think are trying to do precisely that. But I think there's lots of evidence out there around how that can be done. I think there are programs that are working with individual men, groups of men. I think kind of addressing the underlying drivers, which can so often be poverty, inequality, access to opportunity, but can also be, driven due to ideology, due to a range of other factors, in terms of kind of it's so often it's not, men don't set out, to be violent, particularly not child soldiers who are recruited into those particular contexts. And so, I think, it becomes often the only sense of hope and identity that that men could sometimes, to fulfill whether that's their their ability to be the breadwinner, their sense of manhood, the sense of power, and I think, part of how do we support and champion non-violent, more caring forms of manhood, but also how do we challenge, and support, the fact that the reason that so often men will become combatants is because there are few other economic opportunities out there, and how do we break that violence cycle? But yeah, I think it's critically about kind of recognizing men's, coming back to what we're saying, recognizing men's needs. But I don't want to I feel like that's probably something you're going to talk about in detail in your second panel. But there are plenty programs and evidence out there around how it works. And some of the work that I presented from example, the work from Sonkajana Justice, and I know Living Peace is on here, and Henny's work, and the amazing work that they all do. So worth hearing from them, I think, on that also. Over.
Thank you. Barrister, did you have your hand up?
Okay, yes, I can see some.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Tim, for your wide scope of understanding of all these concepts. I believe that we are talking about violence here. There is this framework and national action plan for preventing and combating violent extremism. And that document, I think we have it in Nigeria. Different African countries also have such documents that helps to, radicalize and reintegrate those that were formerly affected in terms of any form of conflict-related issue, which means sexual-related offenses is one of them in a conflict process. So there is a need for us to subject such an individual, so such process of national framework and action plan to prevent and de-radicalize, and also have the process of reintegrating such a person, because what makes sexual-related violence of a class of its own is because of the feeling of guilt, feeling of shame that being dumped at the doorstep of the victim. So, and I believe that if the person can undergo such a psychological remedy to a very large extent, it will avert the inherent of a healthy sexual relationship future in life, or trying also to met his anger on the other victims because of what has happened to him. That's the reason why this our advocacy is very, very important, so that such victims will know that they have actually had justice. They will have a heart to actually forgive their perpetrators. But when they're being bottled up, we bring the opportunity to report what actually happened to them to a very large extent, you make them to turn to a perpetrator. But if they are being subjected under such psychological remedy, the radicalization process and reintegration to a very large extent, it will help them to actually become a better person.
Okay,
Thank you.
Perhaps just to add a little
Yes.
bit to what my two earlier speakers have said, I think the role of the community is also very important in this conversation around how we could support children so that they don't become perpetrators themselves in future. How responsive are the community towards these perpetrators? How do we, towards these victims, how do we receive them back into the community? How do we treat them? How does the culture look at these people? Do we sort of securitize them? Do we tag them? So, there's a lot of responsibility on the part of the community in terms of support that we could provide for victims of sexual and gender-based violence. The state also has a role to play in this regard. To what extent are state structures supporting the needs of these children who undergo some of these actions? I have seen UN programs around the disarmament, demobilization, reintegration that also sort of provide certain opening for support to these children. But I believe that there are a number of stakeholders that need to play particular roles in providing that sort of base and support for children in this regard so that in future they don't become perpetrators. And for me, that is where I believe that strength needs to be built.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And like Dr. Tim mentioned, I think a lot of these will come up again in the next session. We have 5 minutes to go.
Can I just
Yes.
I think it's really important based on what the three that we've all said, that policies and laws should really emphasize this point as well. I think this is what's critical, is that coming back to laws and policies and the role of the state is that, we want to prevent this violence, but policies are very inefficient and really lacking around prevention. And it's the role of government, it's the role of states, it's the role of international institutions, not only to respond to that violence, but actually to seek to prevent and support that. And we have our own challenge in the UK where we want to prevent, we want to reduce violence against women significantly, but there is not enough focus on prevention. There is not enough resources directed towards prevention. So I think, coming back to, so I just wanted to emphasize that we need that to be centrally part of policies and laws, prevention. And it can't just be the responsibility of individual organizations. Governments have to step up in this regard.
All right. Thank you very much. Like I said, we only have a few more minutes. There were 2 other questions, but they are really related to implementation of policies. The participants asked how would the UN policy against male sexual violence be implemented in Africa? And another one asked how we can ensure that recognition of laws lead to inclusion in national and local support frameworks. And I think Barrister has already spoken extensively about this domestication of laws. So all of us here on the platform and everywhere, I think we just need to be aware. That is why we are here. There needs to be a high sense of awareness. We need to engage in advocacy. And when we know of these international policies, we as lawyers should then advocate for the domestication of those laws and then use the government institution to make sure that they are properly implemented. So it's a struggle for all of us, but all of us have to be involved in this fight. And hopefully in 10 years' time or so, we will see some results. Thank you very much, Dr. Tim, all the way from the United Kingdom. Dr. Edu joining us from the Gold Coast of Ghana. Thank you very much. And of course, Barrister, thank you for joining us from Nigeria. And on behalf of the center, we thank you for participating in this panel, and we look forward to the second panel. I would now hand over to the organizers and say thank you for giving me the opportunity to moderate. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sake. Okay. Thank you to all the speakers, and thank you to the participants. I think we should go straight into the next panel, and I would want to invite Ms. Adeshola Adeboyojo to please take over the mic. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Sophia, and thank you to Take as well as our distinguished speakers for that very interesting, very insightful time we've had in panel one. It's been really, really, I was tempted several times to take off my hat as a moderator and jump in there and provide some comments myself in terms of some of the very interesting discussion regarding the issues that were raised. But I'm not going to do that because we have an equally fascinating panel, panel two, discussing the issue. And I think it flows very well from what we've been discussing in panel one, because this panel is going to be discussing challenges and future directions in addressing sexual violence against men and boys. And we have a distinguished panel. And I will just go straight on to introduce our very first distinguished panelist. Because of time, he's going to be speaking to us all the way from Australia, and that's another thing I love about our panel and our conference this afternoon, because we're having views from different parts of the world. We're honored to have Mr. John Rich here with us. He's the chairperson of Men's Health and Wellbeing, which is based in Western Australia, and he's had over a decade of experience with mental health care and social services. So he's going to be talking to us about pain and compassion. And I know that it's going to be a very interesting and very fascinating discussion. I encourage all of us to give it our total focus. If you want to have a cup of coffee beside you, a cup of water, that's fine. But please be engaged, because we're going to have a Q&A section afterwards, and you'll be invited to participate. So without further ado, I want to invite Mr. John Rich. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Solo. And commendations to the Centre for organising this conference, and also to the previous speakers and the work that they're doing, and many points I echo from what I've heard earlier. I'll share my slides. Thank you for the introduction again, and your kind introduction. My background is working in a range of areas in Australia. The most recent one is specifically focused on men's health, but earlier experience includes working with the Royal Commission and support services for the Royal Commission into institutions' response to child sex abuse, and also working with perpetrators of domestic violence, as well as victim survivors, be males and females. I'll share my screen, and then I'll start my PowerPoint. I've got some slides to have a look at. Let me just do that. Bear with me just one moment. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yes, we can see your screen.
Okay, thank you. I've spoken to a few services here in Australia, and the information I present is a combination of their contributions and my own. My organisation, Men's Health and Wellbeing, is a peak body for men's health here in Western Australia. I also spoke to the CEO of Survivor and Mate Support Network, Craig Hugh Cashmore, and his contributions. And I've also included a conversation with Christabel Chamaret, who works specifically with victim survivors and those that are harmed and those that harm in sexual violence. Christabel Chamaret of Safe Care. So various experience. Christabel's been working in this space for 35 years. We one of the key aspects, I think, of the organisations is the Survivors and Mates Support Network. Has basically started from men survivors, victim survivors of sexual violence themselves, and a lot of their staff also are victim survivors. And so the support that they're offering to victim survivors is a lived experience. And one of the recommendations is we should have an organisation like Survivors and Mates Network across Australia, multiple states. Safe Care has been working to reduce one of the comments made in earlier sessions, prevention, and particularly difficult 20 years ago when they lost their funding because they were supporting perpetrators, or basically trying to prevent the perpetration of sexual violence against others. So, and of course, Men's Health and Wellbeing WA. So that peak body for men's health here. Just want to acknowledge First Nations in Australia, certainly First Nations across our world, and the contribution to the sector of often unsung contributions of individuals to support others across our world, and particularly traumatic and difficult topic. So I want to talk about prevalence. The information that I offer is information from victim survivors in Australia. I know earlier, as much as there has been conflict in Australia, it's really been conflict against our First Nations. Some of the challenge to men and boys in reaching out, and it sounds like they're not dissimilar challenges across the world. The limitations of supports for men and boys in Australia, and what a more sustainable way of stemming the flood of violence. It invites compassion and certainly more services and more awareness. There's been several studies, and I offer these as sources that are available on the internet, of 10,000 people in a survey. 18.8% of the male victims report child sexual abuse. What often happens is the statistics around males aren't reported in the media, and we've got a particular issue within Australia where the media is silent or doesn't include the whole range of issues, as for especially reporting on male victim survivors in domestic violence and sexual violence. So I won't dwell on all these things, but I understand that these slides have been made available to the centre, and would be happy to have them circulated if that's something which the centre is planning to do. Again, this is some of the information that's available in terms of prevalence of child sexual abuse. As I said, we had Royal Commission. There's still redress happening till 2027 as a small recognition of some of the often lifelong trauma of victim survivors. There's been a lot of activity to address the safety of children within Australia and within institutions, and again, this is a very busy slide, but I guess it's a glimpse of some information that can be found within the Australian Child Maltreatment Study. These particular statistics come from the Australian Bureau of Statistics. This is an organisation that's a government organisation. Often these statistics don't appear in any other sources besides those provided by the government. So again, this is an indication of where the focus is, and echoing, this is not to detract from any support, and trauma recognition of trauma of any group within our society, but to recognise that this isn't reported and there isn't resources being made available. There's been a big push to reduce domestic violence in Australia, an ongoing issue in our country. But the resources and the supports for men still pale into insignificance. But certainly, you see the amount of violence that men experience. Certainly, hugely unacceptable violence against women, but and also some, very finite conflict against, trauma against men as well. And so this shows, obviously very unsatisfactory levels of violence towards people, but very finite, impact to males as well. One of the Australian Law Reform Commission, again, is a government organisation, and it highlights the opportunity to reform laws. One of the things that they identified is men's invisibility around this issue. They don't appear in the media. They don't appear in policy. They're not popular with our politicians. They're not popular in terms of funding. There's an issue around men not seeking help, and that tends to blame victim survivors. But they feel oftentimes that they have done something wrong themselves. Men then internalise and then externalise by violence against other men or against themselves. The statistic for suicides is males are 75% of suicides in Australia. Most men attacked, most victim survivors, most survivors of sexual assault do not go on to perpetrate sexual assault to others. I'm just conscious of time. So gender norms can often prevent boys from recognising that they've even been victimised. And sometimes there's perpetration before they even recognise that what they're doing is a criminal act, a humanitarian an act against another person. A pervasive culture of silence. Young boys internalise these gender norms and reflect guilt, shame, internalise anger at themselves. Workers are generally not equipped to identify and meet the rights of boys subject to sexual exploitation. There's a push to recognise and support workers in this area, but it remains an ongoing challenge. Findings of the Global Literature Review. The push is to say practitioners provide boys safe spaces to discuss sex. We can all speak up when we see something. Clinicians can also aim to consider child sexual exploitation with representations of mental health, substance use, self-harm or suicidality. Often these are seen as being not always helpful ways of coping with extreme pain associated with the trauma of child sexual abuse. Standardise and enforce age of sexual consent law, age-appropriate sex and gender education, identifying that child sexual exploitation is illegal, should not have happened, and is not the fault of the person who's the victim survivor. Safe care, have been working since for 35 years. Prevention, it's identified in the earlier panel, remains an ongoing opportunity and challenge. People need to turn to prevention, and sometimes the people perpetuating, as much as the vast majority of people that have been assaulted do not go on to perpetrate. They often have been sexually assaulted themselves and go on, as noted in earlier panels, to offend. But the vast majority of people who are assaulted do not go on to then perpetuate sexual assault on others. Most programs are external in terms of threats, prison, and adds shame to the issue, to the person that and likely doesn't go on in terms of being effective. Safe care style programs in Australia is only based in Western Australia, and it seems there's opportunity to put more of these programs in other countries of the world. I mentioned the Royal Commission this is institutional response. Redress has opened up the conversation a lot. People find that when they do disclose, that they are more likely to disclose to their loved ones and find some level of healing. So to encourage the opening up of that conversation. 60% of child sexual abuse, institutional abuse victim survivors are males. Child safety protocols in Australia have been strengthened immensely since the Royal Commission. Creating child safe communities. There's been a lot of work within schools, especially, but to encourage knowledge and understanding of and reporting processes. Preventing and responding to online child sexual abuse in institutions, reporting and record keeping and sharing information across the sector so that people are prepared and are able to respond and understand what's happening in terms of perpetrators as well as support for individuals so that individuals aren't re-traumatized when they're seeking some level of support and some healing. And some national leadership to reduce the stigma of men's mental health, men's vulnerability, men being victim survivors, and an ongoing challenge to reduce suicide ideation and suicide that often comes from early life trauma, including sexual assault. Many of our men in prison are victim survivors of child sexual abuse. Just in summary, some statistics that are there, I've raced through them, are conscious of the content and the other speakers in this section and earlier sections of violence. The statistics I've shared include obviously violence towards women as well, challenges to men and boys reaching out in terms of stigma, in terms of the silence and sometimes a lack of, of resources, particularly able to respond to men's trauma. A more sustainable way of stemming the flood of violence and invites a level of understanding that sometimes perpetrators have also been offended as well. I'd like to stop sharing my screen and hand back then to you, Ndusola.
Thank
You're
you
on
very
mute.
much. Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much for that time that you've spent and for what you have shared with us. It's really very interesting because we see this thread. If we look at it, I mean, for those of us who've been on since morning, we see that even what you've presented in terms of the statistics, in terms of the research, we see that thread running through the need for reform laws, the fact that there's been some visibility, the silence, the challenge that comes from the silence that we have with the men themselves because of the stigma that is attendant upon this sexual violence perpetrated against men, the challenge with regards to resources, the availability of resources, and the fact that sometimes the programs are too external and may not be really effective because they don't address some of the really deep-seated issues that affect the men themselves. And I thought that those are very key issues, and I'm sure that a lot of our listeners will probably still have questions they would want to ask you regarding I know that I have some that I would want to also ask you regarding the issue of policy, because you mentioned that the issue of funding, the issue of how government has responded to this, and whether or not there can be other programs that will be made available. But thank you very much for a very interesting presentation. And I'm sure we're going to build upon it because our next speaker is Henny Slay, and he is the Director of International Programs at Living Peace Institute in the Democratic Republic of Congo. And Henny is a medical anthropologist who specializes in the psychological impact of conflict on men and boys. And he has extensive experience in psychotrauma therapy. At the Living Peace Institute, she leads community-based healing efforts that challenge harmful masculinities and fosters gender equality in post-conflict settings. So without further ado, I'm going to invite Henny to take over the floor and just present. Thank you.
Hi, hello, thank you. Do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Henny.
All right, okay. I think you don't see me, do you?
I haven't seen you yet.
Oh, okay, sorry. Okay, so thank you so much for inviting me to speak at this conference. And thank you so much for all the speakers that I could follow so far. It's super interesting, and I had the same feeling of having questions and also wanting to comment. So I'm happy that I can share some of my work. Do you see my screen, right?
Not yet, but
Okay, there is something. I don't know why, but it doesn't say. Do you hear me? But you don't.
we can hear you clearly.
Okay, then maybe. And you don't see my screen.
No, I can't.
Let me see again this. All right, I think now it works, right? Yes, there we go. Can you see me now, the screen?
Yes, we can see your screen.
All right. I don't know why you cannot see me, but anyway, I am a woman. That's funny because indeed my name could be a man. Okay, so I think the screen is most important. I work for Living Peace Institute, and Living Peace Institute is exactly one of those results after done several studies together with Sonke, as was mentioned this morning already with Dr. Tim, where I was working with Sonke, Gender Justice, and Promundo, now called Equimundo. And in these studies, we found in Congo specifically, but also in many other countries, we did studies called Images, International Man and Gender Equality Survey, where we looked into how supportive are men to gender equality. And then we found quite some issues which are related to the way men are coping with all kinds of problems, including trauma, war, and many other traumatic experiences, and how that links again also to becoming perpetrator. So I think it fits very well in the former speakers already. So I will share with you. First of all, I show you a little exercise, in fact, because this, we don't have enough time to go deeply into it, but I just want to share it with you because doing research, I'm a former psychotherapist and then I became medical anthropologist. We found in those studies in Congo, but also in Mali and also in Rwanda and in Mozambique, but we saw a pattern where how men and boys have been exposed to extreme violent experiences since childhood, as already was mentioned by the former speakers. And this was also where I started to be confused. I have been working a long time as a psychotherapist with women and girls, survivors of violence, survivors of sexual violence. And then suddenly there opened a new landscape for me. And I want also to share a bit about that with you. And these are these 10 scenarios. We don't have time, but maybe quickly you can read through it. 10 scenarios of extreme trauma that we found in those studies. Women raped by the husband, men attacked by rebel groups, burned house, they killed the families, a girl that was forced to have sex, and so on. I'm not going to read it everything. I think you can see that there are many different experiences that are extremely traumatic for men and women and families and mothers and fathers. Where we also learned, and we found out in all those studies that sexual violence against men, it was in the conflict setting very often that men are forced to witness, forced to rape, forced to see how their wife or even their neighbor or their children have been raped, for instance. So then the question came up, is SGBV, sexual gender-based violence in war and conflict, is that worse than other forms of violence? Of course, it's extreme, terrible, but the way and the many different situations that we found were really disturbing. Then also the question came up, is there a difference on impact on men or women or girls and boys? And if so, if there is a different impact, then what does this mean for programming, but certainly also what is the topic for today on policies? So one of the there were many researchers who have done great work, but for me it was definitely also the work of Maria Erickson and Maria Stern, who were writing studies on sexual violence as a weapon of war, and asking themselves, is it a weapon of war? In what sense is it a weapon of war? And I think that this quote, if we recognize the humanity and suffering of those who were raped, what then separates him from us? It's about what is this in man? What make them? What made them rape? What made them do such cruelties to other women, but also to themselves? And this became one of our focus on more studies we did. I did it again also with Promundo, with Living Peace Institute and others. And therefore, it's really important also to say, okay, if we look at what is sexual gender-based violence against men, in fact, if we follow the definitions, it's all acts, sexual acts that are used against the will of a person, and the violence targets the man or the boy because he is male. That makes it gender specific. It's not by coincidence, it's because he's male. Forms are he is forced to witness, as I already said. It's also touching genitals or forced to touch others, mutilation. It's very often I found people they even don't understand, but it's also a lot of use of objects to enter the body. It's forced to rape others, men or women. These are all forms of SDBV that we found in the field. And now I want to go to the next slide. So that means also to question. It's SGBV. It's because you are a boy, you are already, men and boys, very often, as we talk about Congo, certainly, exposed to forms of SGBV because they are recruited at a young age to join war, socialized, to train, to kill, to rape, to rob, to be sold. And also, they are socialized to cope with victimization as a man, because it's really important to show power and control. You cannot show your weakness. That's not a real man. You cannot show your vulnerability. So that I think it came already in other presentations as well. And that's also how we see men and boys in conflict areas. They have become victimized by violence, but also because of the victimization, they also became perpetrators. You cannot separate it. Many people, many cases and many examples we had that it's both. This young boy I met myself when doing research among young child soldiers in Eastern Congo, and it's the way he was dressing himself as a little fighter. It illustrates this socialization. And then, of course, what I said already, I skipped some slides, but we also found many men who have been victimized and have been raped and have been since childhood, in fact, in family also. We've also found in this report that also was mentioned by Tim that there are quite some experiences of men and boys in Eastern Congo that had experienced sexual violence in schools and communities. It's between 10 and 20%. And we also found quite some in war-related, and most of them then they were forced to rape or forced to witness, to see how the neighbor or the wife or the daughter was raped. So that was a very important question. Why are men targets? Because they are also targeted. It's not coincidence, as we said already. And it's focusing on demoralization and destruction, really. And a few main points are, and there is quite some interesting work about that, is the demasculinization. Being raped, you are not a man anymore. So that's really one of the reasons of those rape and SGBV. It's also in the context of male dominance, it's feminization. So you are being a victim, so you are not able to protect yourself. And then we saw examples then that the rapist had said to the man, "You are not a man anymore. You are now a woman." It's also about homosexualization in a context where there is a huge taboo on homosexuality. I will say a little bit more on that later, but there are quite some survivors who completely got confused because they feel and they fear that they became homosexual because of this rape. There is the stigmatization. You lost value as a man, as a father, as a husband. So that is next slide. The impact. I think there was already, it was mentioned, but the impact is enormous. It's physical. There are really severe injuries because of the experiences of the rape. I don't have to mention all the words, but it's enormous physical impact. And then this stigma and shame and fear to go and to ask for medical support makes it even worse. There is the psychological part, of course, the shame, the anger, the confusion about gender identity. Am I now not a man anymore? And more severe, there are absolutely mental health disorders because of this severe PTSD, depression, anxiety, and so on. But there is also the social and the economical part, which is the stigma, the social rejection, criminalization, severe family problems, and poverty. So what are then the obstacles to address men. It's also mentioned with the other speakers, but there is the stigma, and this is not only stigma of the individuals, but it's also among the service providers. Many men who are looking for help, medical or psychological or even legal, they will be ridiculized. They are said, you are not a real man. So this ignorance among service providers is an extremely important obstacle. There is the shame that the people have no words. How have you talk about what happened to you? If it's already difficult to talk about sexuality, it's the same for women. It's very difficult to tell the story. What happened to you? And that same ignorance, I have been training quite a lot of service providers in African context. It's and it's not only there. I mean, I did it also in the Netherlands. It's a skill also, how to talk about this issue, how to talk in a way that people feel really, really trust and confidence. Then there is the issue of confusion, and the confusion is a very important. That's also what I found in working with women as a psychotherapist. There is very often guilt and shame on the responses, on the physical responses when people have been raped. That's with women, but that's also with men. Men got an erection, for instance, and they find it extremely difficult because then it seems as did I want this, as that some people may suggest. The service providers also have no idea about this, so this is really important also in obstacles. Then coping responses are gendered. That means that women respond differently than men. Not in it, and the main thing is socialization, and we have to acknowledge that. So that means you have to understand that men socialized in a specific context, they will respond in a different way. That's not wrong, but we have to understand it before we can provide the appropriate assistance. And then there are, of course, economical costs. I have to drink something. So all this, what does it mean for further directions? One of a very important thing is the acknowledgement of male problems and male trauma, and this specific problem on SGBT, but not only, as I started the whole presentation with. There is in the whole broad field of mental health and psychosocial support, there is a lot of ignorance on male problems and male trauma, how men respond, what are the obstacles, and I think that's a really important issue. Of course, we should fight on stigma and SDBV towards men and women next to women and girls. The stigma is for both, and it's specific on the gender, and we have to understand how specific. And then when I say we, I think also it's really important to inform service providers. That means in the legal, that means in the health and the mental health sector, that they understand better. Then promote gender transformative approaches to end rigid and stereotypical gender attitudes. Well, that's a lot of the work I did and still do with Living Peace Institute, with Equimundo. It means, in fact, that it's so important that we have to enlarge. I say always space to cope with trauma, enlarge it, make men can cry and women can also become angry. That's the most simplification, but I think we have to enlarge the space that men and women can cope with what happened to them, not limited and captured by the social gender norms. And that's what we call gender transformative. It's also really important to inform and involve policymakers, the legal sector, on trauma-informed and gender-sensitive perspectives. So that what does trauma do with people? And then, if it's like this, how then can we understand what people need? What's happening with men? Why do they respond as they respond? Why do women respond as they respond? And I think that the policy and justice systems could learn a lot from this MHPSS, mental health and psychosocial support knowledge that has been really growing over the last decades. And I would definitely recommend much more research on those linkages between impact on trauma, mental health, psychosocial well-being, and peace and security. I've been working there on that part also the last years, how important it is that peace and security have everything to do with mental health and mental health issues. So when we talk about prevention, as was I heard questions related to that, I would say then the gender transformative approaches, but also MHPSS integrated in much more integrated in the different services would be an absolute recommendation. Well, there are some recent publications on these topics that I wrote. There's a report on masculinities and male trauma. It can also be found on the website of Promundo. And there is a chapter in this book what is talking about this Living Peace Institute, because Living Peace Institute exactly works with men, former combatants, child soldiers, men, on those male trauma in the context of conflict, where we use my colleagues mainly, but we work with the gender transformative methodologies. There's also a short documentary film. There's a long documentary, but if you can interested in that, then it's better to contact me directly. But the short one it can be found on YouTube. And I'm sure this presentation will also be shared in one or another way. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Henny. First of all, for clarifying that you're a woman, but more importantly, for this very interesting and in-depth presentation. I was extremely fascinated by it. Your 10 scenarios on SGBV, which looking through it, you have to have, oh, now I can see you.
Even behind.
Yes. And you spoke about whether or not SGBV is a weapon of war and why males are particularly targeted. I found a lot of what you presented as some of the realities that we've had to deal with in terms of the prosecution of SGBV or SGBC crimes over the course of the years in international criminal justice. So it was interesting to hear you talk about it, the fact that it's a form of socialization, and to talk about especially why the focus on men, the feminization, the masculinization of the men, homosexualization, and all of those issues, as well as stigmatization that comes around this particular type of gender violence. Your insight also on further direction is very interesting. I know it's going to also stoke a lot of questions and comments from our participants, and I'm looking forward to that towards the end of this session. So thank you again, Henny, for this extremely interesting presentation. And I know you'll be around to take some of the questions that we are going to be posing to you. So I'll now move to our next speaker, our next distinguished panelist, and I'm pleased to welcome Dr. Didier Butara Buyamungu, who is the project medical referent at MSF Spain. And he's a medical doctor by training. He specializes in integrated risk management in developing countries, and he's had more than a decade of experience in the medical and humanitarian fields. he's going to be speaking to us about breaking the silence. And I think it really flows very well with what Henny and our previous speakers have been talking to us about, the invisibilization of men and the silence that accompanies this particular kind of the trauma that accompanies sexual violence against men and boys. So without further ado, I'm going to invite you, Dr. Butara. You're welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I don't know if you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you. We can hear you.
And you can see my presentation, I guess.
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Okay, thank you for this opportunity to share my experience. And I have to tell you that I have learning a lot of things from the previous experience presentation. And from my side, I think I will talk more or less the same, but sharing my experience with dealing with men and boy victims of sexual violence. So why I choose the subject to say that breaking the silence? Because on my routine activities as humanitarian, I've been faced a lot of challenges in identification of men and boy victim of sexual violence. So my first experience, it was in Ethiopia. In Ethiopia, I was working with MSF, Doctor Without Border, and we were supporting returnees and deportees from Saudi Arabia, KSA, and we were running a mental health program. And MSF created what we call therapeutic and counseling center that we were able to receive, to admit young boys, girls, pregnant women, and lactating women. So during this time, Ethiopian from Kese, they were deportees up to Addis Ababa, Bole International Airport. And from there, they were just abandoned without any support. So we just work on this project, and we were going to the airport with our medical team, psychologists, medical doctors, culture mediator, to identify them and see how we can support, give them mental health support. So how we reached to know that among our beneficiaries, we had some victim or survivor of violence, sexual violence. We were doing a kind of testimony to ask about their experiences during the migration way. And some of them were share their experience, but not in the direct way to say that I've been raped, but to say that I've been beaten, abused in the prison during my detention or during my domestic work. So this one, because we spent more than, sometimes more than 2 weeks or 1 month with them before sending back home. And during that time, we try to familiarize and to be more close to them. And we discovered during our individual mental health consultation that they have been traumatized. So the second one, from this experience, when I left Ethiopia, I went to CAR, Central African Republic, and Mali. And based on that experience, I tried to share with my team, and we were able to identify some of the cases that we discuss and try to help them. I have to tell you that from this situation, to deal with men is very difficult. It's very different from the way we are dealing with women and girls. victim of sexual violence. But we tried our best. I will just talk about my experience as a medical doctor, as a project medical referent, how we are dealing. So at the hospital, most of those men or boys, they are coming with other complaints that confused medical doctor or nurses to know exactly what their problem. So based on my experience in Ethiopia, when we try to discuss with them, they will show you that they are not interested to share the experience, but because there is less assurance, they are not considered, and even they share their problem, no one will take care of them. So they prefer to keep quiet. And this also because of social expectation of men. So I will try to share some of the signs and symptoms and behavior that can help us to identify those victims of survival. So for medical doctors or health workers, most of the time, they will come with unexplained injuries. You will see some lacerations or other injuries on the genital area that we usually spend the time to treat them without asking how it's happened. And then others, they will come with genital and anal pain, complain of pain. They cannot be able to urinate. They cannot be able to do sexual activities. And you can see them in front of you in the medical consultation that they are not even able to sit well on the chair. Yeah. And then we can have also the sexual transmitted infection. They will come tomorrow. And this is the some main and common sign, physical symptom that can get health workers to know that this can be a victim of sexual violence. So for psychological and behavior side, this can be also not only for health workers, but for everyone, if we have time to observe. There will be this is more than for boys, young boys. They will start crying for nothing. They will change their mood. This will orient to anxiety and depression. And you will see some of them avoiding some situation, places, people without any reason. And during your discussion, if you have time to hear, to listen to them, they will show you that they have difficulty to sleep. Okay. And for coping mechanism, we'll see some people trying to increase use of alcohol or drugs. And if, for example, they've been with people enjoying or doing some games, and at one point you'll see that they don't even, they will withdraw themselves to this kind of interaction. So for this experience, during the medical consultation, why this victim or survive, what they need from us as medical staff or another people is just they need a special attention. They need to see that you are there for them. They need a space where they can feel safe. They need to be to have a space where the confidentiality will be guaranteed, and they need also someone who will give them the space, that someone who will give them time to listen and to talk to them. Is not what we are observing in our health facilities, that we are rushing behind the time, that we need just to consult, give the treatment, and halas. So if you give them the 3 points, according to my experience, some of them, they will come and tell you, I've been tortured, I've been treated like a woman, I was forced to witness the others before my turn. And they will start even crying and share the experience. And I have just to share with you, for example, in Ethiopia, our psychologists, they've been even affected by this kind of testimony for these people. And so not only to deal with them, but we try also to develop some strategies to support also our staff so that they can continue to deal with this kind of victim. There are many in the world, there are many in our context, but they need only our attention. They need they need just to be like we give them attention, to be in the center of our activities. So the main challenges I just summarize in 3 categories. The first one is the underreporting, stigma, social norm, and the perception. I remember in Niger, I was part of a team that went to do operation research on health-seeking behavior. And we were discussing with community leaders in focus group, and they were talking about women victims of sexual violence. And I just asked a question, what about men? And one of the community leaders say, men and boys cannot be a victim of sexual violence. They are supposed to protect women and girls. And for example, I'm a leader in my community, in my village. I've been raped. How can I come in front of my community, try to sensitize them that I've been raped? It's a shame. They will not respect me, they will not give me the consideration, and I will not be even part of the men in my village. I have to disappear. So just stop to talk about this in my community, in my village. So you understand, this is the thing that we can give us, that there is underreport, the stigma and social norm and perception. And also in Africa, in most of the countries that I've been working in the health facilities, we have some sexual violence services, but most of them is only for women and girls. And you will see that is part of the SRH department in the maternity. It means that we don't have any services that can give and say that, okay, this is for men. And also, we don't have staff who are trained to identify or to deal or to manage this, the men. And in the community, most of our messages for health promotion and even community engagement are focused on women. We don't develop message that can help us to identify men or boys. And also this culture norma and stigma around masculinity that prevents men to report their experience. What I shared with you from this community leader, you can understand that there is a fear of stigmatization. They don't want to disclose, to say that I've been a victim because of this social expectation of men and boys. They cannot be raped or abused. And so the second one is about the legal framework. We heard from the previous presentation that most of the legal framework protection are focused on women. We don't have some strategies that can be oriented to see how we can identify, even to sensitize men or the community, how we can identify those victims. Another thing in our context, more in Sahel and in Africa, we have this criminalization of homosexuality. We talk about this because if I'm raped today, I go to the hospital and say that I've been raped. Probably one of my doctor or the health workers, I don't know, can go and share this information, and they will consider me that I've been a gay because I've been abused by another man. This also is a gap, an obstacle that can help us to deal with this. Another thing is about justice gap, the lack of legal firm. We don't have trained justice actors that can be able to analyze that men can be victims of sexual violence. So the last part of the challenges is the documentation and the research. From my experience, if I go to this country, I try to discuss with the Minister of Health, or even from the program that we are running as Doctor Without Border, we don't have data. Talking about men is only for women. We don't have any research or operational research that can help us to understand the prevalence of sexual violence against men. This makes it difficult to identify and to give for this program the value to be considered in the community. But also, if we don't have data, it means that we will not have some program intervention that can help to identify men. So this is the main challenges in the context where I've been working. So how can you address these challenges? From my experience, my point of view, I think that we need to give more focus at the community level. Because even we try to develop some strategies at international scale, if we don't involve the community, I'm sure that the program can fail. So at the community level, we need only to develop some strategies that can help us to launch some campaign to raise awareness about that in the community we can have sexual violence against men and boys. To put beside what they are talking about, social norm and stigma. And we need also to engage the community, not only the men and boy, but most to be focused on the community leaders, the religious, that they can understand that in their community, especially for this conflict setting, we can have men. If we succeed to implement this at the community level, we'll identify them, we'll develop message that will help the community to be sensitized and orient those victims to the health facilities. So once at the health facilities level, the first thing is to train our staff, the health workers, how we need to respect, to identify, to deal with them, to give time to them, and how we can conduct a medical examination. Yes, they are coming with other symptoms, signs that can confuse that, but if we know that this one can come with this kind of injury, can help me to ask more questions, and that can orient me how to deal with them. Another thing is about the referral system, not only between the health facilities, but from the community to the health facilities. This also will help to identify, because once they've been identified at the community level, we put a referral system from the community to the health facilities, and we try to orient them, to put some sign and to separate the women from the men. I'm sure that we will succeed and help those victims. So they've been talking about the advocacy parts at the national, international level. This is very important. We succeed to sensitize them from the community. We are able to treat them, but also we need to develop more strategies, more programs that can be focused to the men. I like one point that has been raised from the previous presentation, that we have UN women, but it can be important to create also UN men, so that they feel that they've been considered. And the training also is very important to develop, because we already done for the health workers, but for legal professional, justice professional, police makers, and protection, humanitarian actor, and the community leaders. We need to develop this one to train them, and we can have some focal points in the community that can share their experience. We need also to put more focus, our attention in documentation and research, because if you have data, it will be able to share and to understand the need of supporting men and boys victims of sexual violence. I think from my experience is what I can share with you. And I'm the end of my presentation, and during the discussion, if we need more explanation from my experience, I will share. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Butara. Thank you for such an insightful presentation. It's really, really, flows from what we heard from our previous distinguished presenter, Henny Lay. And you were talking about, I liked even the way you kickstarted your presentation, talking about your experience, about how it's different and difficult talking with male victims. Again, following on from what our previous presenters have said about the fact that the challenge comes from the silence by the victims, their invisibility. I think John Richard also mentioned that. And you now shared with us your very rich experience, international and diverse, about the physical symptoms that are presented by these victims, the psychological symptoms, as well as how to address some of those challenges in terms of getting them to be able to open up and discuss what it is that they've been through. And I liked also the suggestions you have given to us with regards to future direction, after looking at the challenge of underreporting, of a lack of trained staff, socialization, and legal framework, but also for us to now look at some very concrete steps that could be taken at the community level, national level, as well as the health level, to ensure that these challenges are adequately addressed. I know that when we get to the portion where we're going to have Q&A, there will be a lot of very interesting questions that will be posed, and I'm sure you'll be available to answer them. So thank you again for your very interesting presentation. I found it all very fascinating, to be honest. Our next presentation, our distinguished presenter, is going to be Mr. Rick Goodwin, who works as a psychotherapist and advocate for male survivors in Canada. So we are making a shift from Africa to a psychotherapist in Canada. And as someone who's just come back from Canada myself, I'm really looking forward to hearing his experiences. In his work, he addresses the often overlooked realities of male sexual trauma through evidence-based support programs. He is dedicated to challenging the stigma surrounding male sexual trauma that prevents men and boys from accessing support services and the justice that they need and deserve. He will be talking about the future of men's trauma work. And so, without further ado, I'm going to invite Mr. Goodwin to share his important insights. You're welcome. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Dosa. And welcome. Hi, folks. Good to be here. It's quite an honor to be invited to this important work. You're this important institute, and I just want to thank all the organizers at the Center for African Justice to make this happen. So I also will be sharing my slides. Just give me a moment. And I think that should work. Can someone tell me if you're seeing that?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yes, we are.
Okay, wonderful, because I can't see you when I'm slide sharing. There we go. The title of my speak here is Visioning the Future. And the word visioning, I think, is key for us because we're all working at trying to think of a day when all victims of sexual violence can be supported. And I know, at least here in a North American context, we're at least a generation behind the advent of support services for women survivors, child sexual abuse, adult sexual assault. So I invite you all to share with me this notion of visioning. What can we see for the future? What can we work towards in the future? That's what I want to talk about today. So as you can see, I'm part of an organization called Men in Healing. Men in Healing is a dedicated mental health and training facility here in Canada to work with men, but with a particular focus about men in trauma. So I want to share a little bit about our model because it has been used in other communities. And throughout the years, it's been a model of training that we've carried to other countries as well. That being said, this is just my opening abstract. We started this initiative in 1999, and we are still one of the few freestanding centers for men on issues of trauma and trauma recovery. Some services in North America for men have stemmed from women's centers. Some programming for men have stemmed from kind of community generic counseling mental health services. And again, there's a few freestanding initiatives in North America. And yet we still have to go back to kind of the quote from Bill Holmes. I forget his colleague, but this issue is common, it's underreported, it's under-recognized and under-treated. And I doubt there's anyone here today that would disagree with that understanding. So my focus is going to be more on the kind of the treatment, the engagement, the what can we offer those men? My context is certainly North American, and please take that in consideration for what I have to say, as things are different, and yet there's so much commonality. There was nothing any of the previous speakers have shared that doesn't connect up to a Canadian or American experience. So here's the question: how can men's healing work be anchored in communities? What can we all do about it wherever we live? Um, Men's trauma takes on many forms, and here just the statement from suicidality to proneness to violence. We have to figure out how to engage all of that. How do we do that? And so this model of service that we have worked on over the years is one model. I'm not saying it's the model, but it is a model of how to engage on a broad spread notion of engaging in men's mental health services with a trauma lens, knowing full well that if we help men heal, we're going to help families heal, we're going to help communities heal. And that's what brings us all here today. So this is our current program menu, if you want to call it that. If you were in our city, in our province, as our services are broader than just our city, this is what you could, as a man, be able to engage in. First of all, you could engage in individual therapy. That could be focusing directly on trauma. And we also work with other issues, though, too. We are most known for our trauma recovery and other group therapy models. And here you see the list of trauma recovery, a phase 1 program. We also run 2 phase 2 programs. This notion that trauma recovery has to work in stages. I'll be finishing off my time today on that topic. So men who come into our care are seen individually for an assessment interview. From that individual appointment, assuming everything is good, then they join the healing circle we call phase 1. And then once they graduate from phase 1 group, they're welcome to join the healing circle we call phase 2. You also see next anger management, a program for men who have problems with anger, rage, and violence. Now, we know that a good portion of those men who come to that service are male survivors. And I'll speak about that throughout my presentation. And others have spoken about that as well. We can't think about men's violence and male victimization as an either-or thing. It's a continuum. There's an overlap. For some men, it's a continuity of harm in their life, harm they've received, harm they put out. Emotional integrity, a group program for men to learn about themselves in a different way. Men so often are not invited to be inwards in their attention. Male emotionality is often skewed to anger as being probably the only allowable emotion, given what we know of the fundamentals of masculinity, Western masculinity. So emotional integrity not only teaches self-awareness, but also how to hold emotional relationships better with loved ones, partner or partners, children. What does it take to live a life of emotional integrity? And then lastly, we run a program of sexual integrity. A number of men have seemingly compulsive or out of control sexual behaviors. Compulsive porn use, compulsive masturbation, sexual risk-taking in their lives. If they're in a committed relationship, chronic infidelity. These would be issues that we work on in sexual integrity. Men who are victims of sexual violence are in each of these programs, not just the trauma recovery program. So here's the first clue of our model, or the first characteristic of our model. We know that there are many expressions of men's trauma. We need to engage with men where they're at. So if a man has been currently, say, assaultive to his family members, that's the issue that we need to engage with him first. And it just may be in that engagement with him around anger, rage, and violence, he will come to the conclusion that, yes, he is also a survivor of childhood abuse. sexual violence, what have you. Well, then it's a transfer from anger management to trauma recovery. And some of the men who graduate from trauma recovery want to continue their personal growth, continue strengthening themselves, and will access other services in our umbrella. As one of the leading resources in North America, we provide clinical services to two of our U.S. partner agencies, one of whom is the Zero Abuse Project, an agency that has done focused work, focusing more on the children who are harmed, and provide a variety of legal, educational, and training efforts to address that issue. And our other partner agency is 1 in 6 Inc. And in that regard, we run 5 group programs, text-based group programs for that American organization from our agency up here in Canada. And then lastly, we provide training on these issues across Canada, across the United States. And I think over the years, we've participated in a number of international either events or collaborations in terms of providing places for men to heal, which is, I think, the bottom line of the work we all are talking about. I'm going to be very quick here. If you're interested, we have a document that is now available on the internet. It's there at the bottom corner, Men in Healing Theory, Research and Practice. We were funded about 15 years ago to create a good 300-page document. You're welcome to just do a Google search on that name. You should find it. If not, please send me a note and I can send you a PDF of that research paper. And then on the other side of the page, just some quotes about our service. I'll just speak to the last one. The Hopton and Huda study, based on our clinical or trauma recovery model, our group therapy program, was documented in a peer-based journal as being clinically effective. And we're very proud of that finding. And I also need to say, it's the only study that we believe in the world measuring therapeutic outcome of men who are survivors of child sexual abuse in a group therapy setting. And again, if you're interested in that study, send me an email and I can certainly send it to you. 3 things I think are required for any community-based center to work with men around trauma recovery. First of all, our whole approach to counseling or therapy, healing work, different words, but it's all really talking about the same process, needs to be male-centered. We cannot use a model that may be effective working with women survivors and just impose that and say, oh, that'll work well with men. It may, certain components will. Trauma is universal, as we all know. It's people of all genders have core trauma expressions, and yet gender plays such a key role. And I don't need to tell you folks that anything further. Secondly, trauma-informed services for sure, and then trauma-centric services. And all our programming is trauma-informed, and yet we do have a trauma recovery program for men who are willing to identify as such and willing to do the work. That both are required, not just one. And then lastly, even that we are a very under-resourced sector, not just here in Canada and North America, but it's a struggle around the world to get these services recognized. We have to work hard at making them as successful clinically as possible. We have to borrow from the best approaches. We have to encourage research. So it's not just one study in the world. We have multiple studies in the world that we can learn from. Essential in our work. And again, I'm not going to get into this. You guys know the numbers. Here's just a North American context of the men who come of men in trauma. One in six child sexual abuse, well documented statistic. That's contact sexual abuse, generally meaning violation of the criminal code. Generally, if we included non-contact sexual abuse, it would be higher. One in four significant child physical abuse. Our treatment model works with both. In part, we would not know where to send men who just had physical abuse. Where would they go? So over the years, we've adopted our model to speak to both. We don't know about the extent of child emotional abuse or neglect. We have to consider those populations as well. 1 in 8 is a very conservative figure for men who experience sexual assault as adults. We can't ignore that population. And we do know, and this is again, North American context, you know well on your own where you live, but men are the primary victims of physical violence. Men are the primary victims of murder. This is what we know. And of course, the suicide rate of men is so much higher than the suicide rate of women, not at all to minimize the need for services, good quality services for women and women survivors. But we're here today to talk about men. Okay, so what can we now consider? If a community is interested in taking on this work, what can we say is key? What's really important? Now, we use a mental health counseling framework for our intervention. And I appreciate there are other organizations attached to the conference that are coming at it from more of a justice lens. And there are practitioners certainly that are coming at it from a medical lens. I think we all have things to offer in our particular approaches. Ours is, again, that mental health, counseling, therapy approach, even though the language might be therapy groups, it might be healing circles, it can be carried out in different ways. What works? Well, this has been our experience over the years. Every fellow who comes into our care goes through the same intake and assessment protocol, whether he's talking about his anger, whether he's talking about childhood experiences, whether he wants to just be a better dad. The same process of which we explore traumas against them. We explore child abuse. We explore domestic violence, not just that he may have perpetrated, but could be perpetrated against him. We ask each man, have you ever had an experience as an adult being sexually violated? That allows us to know the stories of all men coming into our care, working with them as to the proper sequence of care. First things first. Again, if violence is a current problem in a man's life, that's the first thing to attend to. Then it might be the next step. Then it might be a step further than that. It's important in our model that we provide these services so that we're not in the situation of telling a fellow after he is being courageous to call us up and to sit down with us to then say, what you're telling me in terms of your needs, you have to go across the city to another agency and repeat the whole, intake, assessment, protocol. We lose so many men. Men are, as a whole, vulnerable clients. Certainly male survivors are. So anytime we create an obstacle like that, and maybe inadvertently, but it is an obstacle, we will lose men from their own healing journey. So we're quite sensitive to that. Triphasic model for trauma care is essential. And it's not just our opinion on it. The number of trauma leaders in the field believe that the process of a man getting better, of the trauma survivor getting better, they have different needs in that journey, and we have to contour our services to address those needs. I will show you that in my last last piece today. And then for all of us involved, all the staff involved, both clinical and non-clinical staff, we want everyone to be trained, not just on trauma care, of course, but also working with anger, rage, and violence. We see them as so hinged that this is what we want from everyone who's working on our behalf for the men in our care. Lastly, let's do a little time check here. A triphasic model of care. Those three needs, distinct needs, depending on the beginning of one's healing journey to where they would finish with their journey, at least with us. Different language by different trauma theorists. The first notion, safety stabilization. We want to ensure men have safety and trust with us. So that means we go slow. That means we take our time, both for whether that work is individual care or whether that's in a group setting. We want to normalize the trauma response. And how do we do that? Essentially through psychoeducation. We need to teach about the fundamentals of trauma and trauma recovery so that guys aren't thinking they're going crazy. That, oh, this area, this problem that they're having fits within what we know of trauma expression. And some of that is learning about the outside world, excuse me. Of course, some of that means what's going on within themselves. So for men who have problems with flashbacks, dissociation, compulsive behaviors, this all reflects an internal notion of safety that we need to normalize. If we do that sufficiently well, then they can move on to the bigger slice of the pie, stage 2, which we call working through. Now, this is where the emotional work truly occurs. Phase 1 is more the head level. It's head learning. It's learning how to do it, and then I'm showing my chest here, a deeper learning to incorporate that in one's life. So this is working at a cohesive memory. This is putting words to experience regardless of how challenging it is. It's long haul work, and yet this emotional work is truly the work of recovery. So phase 1 leads to phase 2 work. And at a certain stage, men in phase 2 will get to a point that they no longer need to be in our trauma programming. And that's a pretty important day in their life. We do have a graduation process for them. And part of that's before they graduate from the program, they're given the opportunity to tell their story in entirety. We call that testimony as a marker of graduation. And then lastly, they need to set plans for their life after the trauma work of phase steps 1 and 2. We call that connection to their authentic selves, but it no longer needs to be done with the trauma lens. And that is the last stage in the healing journey. And this is how we show it in our model. If you came to Canada, you could be a fly on the wall in our programming. You would see phase 1 program. It's a 10-week program. Men get a handbook of the material because it is a learning journey. Then they go into phase 2. Now, guys can be in phase 2 for 10-week cycles that can be renewed indefinitely. So at any one time, a man may be in a group for a month or two, and there will be some men in the group for a year or two, and there may be men even longer in the program. 10-week cycles, every 10 weeks, the men are asked if they want to recommit to the program. In phase 3 work, it's not a group program. It's how men chart their course for life after leaving our services. So just to finish up here, excuse me, where can we go from here? And I'm speaking here a bit on men in healing, but as a model of service, this is where we want to go as a community-based clinic. We want to reach out to men who can't come through our doors, men in prison, men who are homeless. We provided services for the homeless population here in Ottawa for many years before it got shut down through COVID. We went to the homeless shelter. We had to adapt the program. And of course, the trauma of those men was beyond significant. Addiction services, not surprising, many men end up in some way or another with problems with alcohol and drug use. We want to engage even more in depth about that victim-perpetrator continuum, because not all hurt people, but hurt people sometimes hurt people, and there's certainly a much greater chance that that will happen. And this certainly shows in the research. That's just not an opinion. That's another dynamic. So we're doing more work with their justice sector up here in Canada for that reason. We believe as well, men need to be actively recruited into the helping professions. In Canada, I'd say about 80% of all caregivers are female. And that's not to suggest they can't provide services for men. About half our staff group at Men in Healing are female identified people. And yet we need to encourage more men to take on this work of men's trauma recovery. And we need to ensure that they're healthy. So sometimes we actually focus on men in their own recovery work if they're in the business. Group services are critical because they reflect the type of community. They're a form of community. And we only heal with strengths of others. We can't heal in isolation. And lastly, our vision of community services, wherever you may live. Just for a moment, I want you to envision, maybe it's a building, maybe it's a room, maybe it's just a place, and there is a sign up on the wall, maybe the shingle showing on the street, and it says something like, all men are welcome here. So that we don't have to expect men to predefine themselves in what they need. Again, whether they're being hurt through sexual violence, whether they've perpetrated violence, whether they want to be a better dad, that's the place of healing. We need to invite all men to come in without judgment, without shame, without reservation. And if we can build these places of healing with that philosophy, I think, our communities will be in a better place. So I'm going to stop my screen sharing as I think I'm out of time. And I thank you all for your attention.
Thank you very much for that very, very interesting presentation, Rick. I'm really grateful to you for sharing this from this perspective, from this lens. I remember in the first panel, we had a question where someone had asked about how there could be prevention of the boys or the men going back and regressing into what they had experienced before. And I think your presentation kind of, to a large extent, from the way that you've presented and gone through what process and what procedure the men that come to your organization go through, that kind of answers to a large extent that question. And so I'm very grateful to you for what you've presented about your model of training and the kind of service you provide, especially with regards to how you help men to heal, because helping men to heal means families are healed and communities are healed. And I think that's a very important takeaway that we have. I also especially liked what you had, how you broke down the kind of therapy engagement that you have with the men. And I think we would discuss that sorry, in a bit more detail when we have our question and answer session. Sorry. So thank you again, Rick. And we're going to go to our last distinguished panelist for today. And it's going to be Mr. Patrick Otim, who we've had the honor as a center to work with already. And Patrick has had extensive experience documenting and amplifying the voices of refugees and internally displaced persons who experience sexual and gender-based violence, human rights violations, and social exclusion. Patrick is currently an advocacy manager with the Refugee Law Project in Uganda, and he will be talking about giving voice to the victims, giving voice to the victims. So, Patrick, you're very welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you, everyone, and good evening, good afternoon, good morning, from wherever you may be attending this very important conference, as we deliberate on the challenges and the future directions in addressing sexual violence against men and boys. I know it's not very easy to speak after everyone working on the same issues have spoken, but I think the difference is that I'm involved on a day-to-day engagement with the victims and the survivors of conflict-related sexual violence, right from the comfort of their homes, but also in their spaces. I wasn't able to prepare a PowerPoint presentation, but like I've heard from all the speakers that spoke before me, we share almost the same views. And mine is going to be a little bit of what I went through in terms of documenting the stories of these survivors of victims. So to start with, a lot of the content is from the extensive experience working with Dr. Chris back in 2018, while he was still the director with us at the Refugee Law Project. Of course, he has moved on now, but it also further stretches way back in 1998, when he was still pursuing his PhD. And by then, I was still a young boy, and I was in a conflict area in northern Uganda. We all know about the 2 decades of the LRA conflict with the government of Uganda. That lasted from 86 to 2006, when the final peace agreement was signed in Juba. And so there have been trends that we've been following in terms of the sexual violence meted towards the boys and the men. And there are similarities. In all the conflict areas, there are similarities. Because in northern Uganda, the 20-year conflict, there are reports of these very issues coming up. And today, the impact is immense. It is impacting on the whole society. So what we are discussing today, if it is happening now, you can be sure that the impact will be in the next 20 to 30 years. So that said, my work, therefore, enabled and continues to enable me to come up close and face to face with the most vulnerable forced migrants through engaging internally displaced persons, which to now, at this point, they are former, because ever since the war in northern Uganda ended, people have returned to their homes. But again, you find that they become the host of refugees who are also fleeing and have similar issues. So there's a whole complexity in terms of how you are going to work with such communities who, before healing, they also have to support victims and survivors of the same predicament that they've gone through. And of course, we also work with refugees within the African Great Lakes region. And I just returned last night from engaging and documenting narratives of Sudanese refugees in Kiryadongo refugee settlements. And you find that they're all having reports of sexual violence. So to me, it is very clear that where there have been conflicts or where there is conflict taking place, there is a tool that is being used. I guess that we shall get to understand why that tool is so important in terms of cementing power. But having the opportunity to work in IDP camps and now the refugee settlements in Uganda, I have seen victims and survivors at their very weakest point. This has been possible because of the power of the camera that employers me to document personal conflict and stories and even testimonies that they share with us, especially in regards to the conflict-related sexual violence during and after receiving psychosocial support and medical rehabilitation or repair. And it's because of my job as a video advocacy manager at the Refugee Law Project that I get the opportunity to have this first-hand interaction. So like you said, I'm called Otim Patrick. And to start us off, I wish I could speak from a position of power because I listen to stories and you want to do something, but you just don't have the power to do it. And my first frustration is that in our conflicted world today, perpetrators that are doing all this mess are tomorrow's leaders. And when they take power through the armed struggle, they design and craft laws that legitimize and exonerate their illegitimate acts or past. The big question then is, should we read sexual violence from the intention of perpetrators of the violence or from the harm experienced by the victim? Of course, many times legal instruments and policies, they contradict situations on the ground at the grassroots. And that's why, as you see today, we are discussing and we are talking about all these issues and all the legal instruments and the laws and the policies. But if you went down to the refugee settlements where there are millions and thousands, they do not understand these laws. And even our leaders do not even reach out to try and see how to support them. And I think that's where the civil society comes in. And it's hard for us to translate policies with the day-to-day life of the victims and survivors. So like you said, my topic today is giving voice to victims. And therefore, it's the victim story we are talking about here, because the victor's story is all over the global headlines, and it has already been distorted as factoids. So there are all these flashy, stories around systems that are controlling the citizens, and how the process they got to power is little known. And so, like the mantra goes, behind every successful man is a woman. So whether it's a good woman or it's a bad man, they all have the support of a woman. So it's important to note that we are all part of this very sensitive discussion. And so we all need to be involved. And so there are these debates which are not important, especially when we talk about the battle of the sexes. Why are we supporting men leaving women? We are all involved. If it's a bad man, he has a woman and has a family. If it's a good man, it's the same. And so we support each other in doing this. And so I think we need to look at our involvement as a whole and not to distribute or apportion responsibilities and blames. And so quickly, Refugee Law Project has been conducting a study, and the 2023-2024 report, which we did within 9 months implementation period, we interviewed 1,288 refugees, and of those, 814 were female and 474 were male. And this study is more of screening for experiences of war-related harms, which also includes sexual violence. And of course, among those screened, 398 individuals, were identified to have kind of undergone sexual violence. And we've actually referred them for professional medical support, counseling, and psychosocial support as well. What I didn't mention is that Refugee Law Project works through 5 thematic areas, which are programs. We have the gender and sexuality, conflict, transitional justice and governance. We have mental health and psychosocial well-being. Then we have, where I work is Media for Social Change program. And the last one is access to justice. So we complement each other in terms of how we work, because it is more of action-oriented. And so if I went to the field and found there were issues around gender and sexuality, I would then report to the different programs that I went to the field, there's A, B, C, D, and they are able to follow up. Even the male survivors that we've been interacting with have been referred to different programs like the mental health and psychosocial well-being and the gender and sexuality program. And so in the course of doing all this, of course, the recent study has identified over 111 male who have actually undergone conflict-related sexual violence. The details of what they are, probably I'll break it down, although some of the speakers before have already broken the different forms. But in doing this work, we always question so many ideologies, because we understand that whenever sexual violence happens against men and boys, there are 3 common questions that get to be asked. And the first one would be, really, how is that even possible? Yeah. That's the first question if you talk about sexual violence against men. And the second would be, why would anybody want to do that? And that's the question everybody keeps asking. Most of them are bystanders. Yeah. They always ask questions and don't respond and don't take action. And the third is that the question they would ask is anybody doing anything about it? Yeah. So you see, it's about distancing. The question always throws it for someone to deal with it other than themselves. Yeah. And of course, the response would be generally summed up as, it can't be that bad, or we would have heard about it. But who do you expect to tell you about it? And so for the case of the first one, where they're asking if it is even possible, it is clearly about the lack of recognition. Yeah. They do not recognize that it is happening, and it's about skepticism. And for the second question, why would anybody want to do that? It's basically the lack of adequate explanation. There's so little data around what is going on in terms of the narrative and you get it. So that's why that question comes out. While the last one, is anybody doing anything about it? It's more pushback than push forward to solutions. Like I said, it is always someone else to deal with it, yeah? Or someone will take care of it. And I think in doing this kind of work, we just need to see how we can get together and take responsibility. Otherwise, if we keep making comments without being part of it, then the impact will definitely affect our society, as we already see in northern Uganda, where I come from. And if time allows, I'll explain a bit about that. So quickly, the rape of men is the darkest secret of war, because you don't get to hear about it frequently. And it happens everywhere that there have been armed conflicts, as we have noticed from the work that we've been doing in Refugee Law Project. Of course, that is not to say there are other stories of sexually abused men who feel condemned to silence. And it happens in all the several spaces, especially in institutions. And these institutions could be prisons, it could be in schools, ungazetted secret detention houses, you get it. And so it happens, but just imagine that the one that is in a hidden space, like in war situations, are coming out, but not to the magnitude you would understand. What about the one that is gazetted? It's planned in a gazetted area just to meet torture. So in as far as we are looking at conflict-related sexual violence, I'm sure with time we need to start looking at institutional related violence. Yeah. So therefore, in RLP, we believe that every intervention, yeah, that we carry, that we do in this work, we need to ensure that we have a response. And so we do not go to the field if we do not think and strategize around this. And by interventions, I mean things to do with research, documentation, profiling. Because once you approach a victim and you start to engage them in questioning, in documenting and profiling their stories, it is literally a very long process. It's so long that you need to build a relationship with them. And by response, we mean you need to support them, whether it is psychosocial support, whether it's counseling. And if you do not have any kind of support, you must build a network with partners who you can refer to. And so if you have a situation where you do not have the means to support such a person, your friend as a partner could be having those kind of, infrastructure to support these victims or survivors. And that's where it becomes very important to build that kind of network. And of course, the next thing would be, in terms of response, is the work that I'm involved in, which is more of advocacy. And this is specifically video advocacy. Yeah. And this core work is therefore just about breaking the silence through video advocacy. Yeah. And it's besides so many other strategies that we have at the Refugee Law Project, which I will not go down to break because I've noticed that we will soon be running out of time. But in terms of video advocacy, Refugee Law Project has been able to work extensively. But of course, as a video advocacy manager under the Media for Social Change program, we work hand in hand with especially the Gender and Sexuality program, but also the mental health and psychosocial well-being in regarding the work around men and boys, conflict-related sexual violence that affect men and boys. And so in doing this, we want to primarily enable disclosure for victims and survivors of conflict-related sexual violence. This is among forced migrants, which, of course, like I said, it involves both refugees and former IDPs, internally displaced persons, who are now currently the community in northern Uganda. And in doing so, some of the steps we do is to identify survivors. Like I said, and most of you notice that it's not easy at all to know who of the refugees, who of the clients you're working with, you're engaging with are survivors of conflict-related sexual violence. And also we ensure timely professional access to physical and psychological support. Like I said, we have a specific program that handles those. And so in doing this work, we really collaborate as programs and we make referrals internally before we can make referrals externally. And the third, we want to establish refugee survivor-led groups, support groups on peer support. And also we do that for community activism, but also to fight stigma and discrimination against survivors of conflict-related sexual violence. In this particular one, we've designed a model where we work with support groups. And so wherever we engage new arrivals, we make sure we identify what are some of the challenges that they have gone through. And so if the numbers are quite substantial, we then cluster them into groups and encourage them to do these support groups. And the reason we do that is strategic. We did that because there are certain funders who would rather prefer to work with direct beneficiaries as opposed to institutions as Refugee Law Project, because probably their funding would not support administrative costs and certain expenses that they're not interested in. And so we create these support groups because once we have a funder who cannot support our core funding, we then refer them to the support group so that at least they can benefit. At least we can work towards, creating the change that we want to see among our community. And lastly, of course, we promote awareness, and we create awareness. We advocate, especially at policy level, but also we get buy-ins from different groups, specialized groups, and most importantly, the community activism in response to the issues that we're working around, but also prevention of conflict-related sexual violence. Of course, we know about the homophobia, the xenophobia, the stigma, the discrimination. All this, we create awareness around that. And it's quite extensive, and breaking them down would take quite some time. And so this procedure, this work we do is based on our model. And this model, it's basically a model that looks at taking these clients of ours from victimhood into being survivors before they become activists. So like I said, it's a process. It's a process that calls for one to walk the journey with these survivors at every step of recovery. And it involves a lot of work. And it's not supposed to be determined by funding, but by purpose. Because funding, you might get support for 3 years. But during that time, you find that your victims or your survivors have not yet opened up. And so while it's a process that has no time frame, you need to be passionate. And so even in my work, I have engaged with some of these clients of ours, and we've created a personal kind of relation with them, whereby they call me at any time, and sometimes you become family because they can call you up just to speak to you. And sometimes when you feel like, for my case, I might not be a professional counselor. And so that's where, and then when I notice the situation is getting a little out of hand for me, I'm able then to refer them to the mental health and psychosocial well-being for those kind of therapy. But in doing this work, I must say that at Refugee Law Project, we have discovered that mindset change is the #1 issue that we need to start dealing with if you're working around conflict-related sexual violence. Because even different organizations might think, and even community members, they think women are raped, but men are tortured. And this perception really deters the fight towards, equity and, bringing everybody on board. And so there's also this perception that men don't cry, and the kind of need to be tough when such things happen. And so most of what is discussed is considered a taboo around this. And so you find that when we can't discuss this, it exacerbates the silence around men and boys. And it comes to mind that when these perpetrators do this kind of harm, like sexual violence against men and boys, what do you think are their intentions? And that's why I said we might not get into the minds of the perpetrators, but we need to, I am talking about the position of the victims, because that's the person I engage every day. But it doesn't stop us from understanding what these perpetrators are thinking. To me, I think it's not about sex. It's just about power, yeah? And it has nothing to do with the toxic masculinity, as most people might say, but it's rather about hegemony, which is about control. And we've tried to interrogate and see, is it about weakening the enemy, especially during time of war? Or is it about diluting the enemy? Because in terms of diluting, I'm saying, for the case of the Banyamulenge community in the Eastern DRC, we've learned through engaging with them that the perpetrators actually went to their communities and they raped their wives, yeah? And by raping their wives, they felt like they would leave their seeds to later grow and control those communities. So these are all questions that we keep asking in Refugee Law Project. But also in Northern Uganda, we noticed that there was also rape. There was women who were also taken as sex slaves, but they later on forcefully fell in love after a long period, and they bore children. I don't know if I'm using the correct, but it's something we need to explore. But you see that the ex-combatants in the LRA actually had a number of children with these women who were earlier on sex slaves. And they've bore children with them, and 2, 3, 4, 5, and it's like some of them thought we might end up losing our lives in the battle, but I would have left my children behind. And so these are all things we need to explore in doing this. But to quickly just take us through some of the legal instruments that we work around, if we look at the Rome Statute of the ICC, it defines rape broadly, because it looks at the perpetrator involved in the body of a person, and by contact, it is about resulting to penetration, however slight, of any part of the body of the victim or the perpetrator with a sexual organ, or of the anal or genital opening of the victim with an object or any part of the body. And also, you find the same statute also recognizing the category of the victim that is coerced to self-harm or harm others through sexual act. So, like one of the speakers spoke about how you're forced to masturbate, or you're forced to bite off a fellow victim's testicles, all those kind of, inhuman acts are covered under this Rome Statute, but they're quite bold, that needs to be broken down. And the second one is, of course, about the anti-homosexuality law, which again, another speaker spoke about. This is very practical in Uganda. We all understood that in 2013, that bill was passed into law, the anti-homosexuality law. But again, it was challenged in court, and it lost and was quashed due to technicalities, that it was passed without a quorum. And this was then reintroduced and passed in 2024. And I mean, the details of it's quite gray, and those in power can use it in different forms, because there's a section that allows the medical practitioners to be able to treat those who have undergone this kind of violation. Yeah. But again, they say if you're a landlord and you saw or you had or you know someone who is a homosexual and you didn't report, even in the medical field, you'd then be tried and sentenced to quite a big chunk of time in prison. And so I wonder, how do professionals such as medical practitioners, lawyers, and duty bearers, such as the police, work with such victims or survivors of conflict-related sexual violence? Yeah, because there is not even a desk or office that listens to these kind of narratives, especially like, for example, in the police or in the hospital. Yeah. So how does someone who has been violated during conflict come and report this in police? It is very tricky. It's very hard. And with the current anti-homosexuality law, it can be politically manipulated to claim that I saw, I had, and I worked with a homosexual, and then I get incarcerated. So these gray areas are advocacy areas that Refugee Law Project has to continue probing into and trying to define clear boundaries so that we do not get into certain troubles. And besides that, those who are violated during conflict, if we come to think about who are the perpetrators, you get it. And so you find that the perpetrators are actually people in power, people in control, and people with the instrument of coercion. And so that's why I'm saying the legal frameworks, the laws are so detached from the reality on the ground and in the grassroots. And already previous speakers have spoken about the graphical forms of conflict-related sexual violence against men and boys. I mean, I could repeat so many. There's torture, targeting the genitalia, like tying of the testicles, burning, like electrocution, crushing the testicles, beating, forced nudity, rape with objects. And the worst that we've been able to learn is that, especially the use of the object, they insert a pipe through the anus and they send a barbed wire through the pipe and remove the pipe. So you can imagine, how does the barbed wire then get out? I mean, these are so graphics. They're so graphic that the inhuman nature of this kind of torture should actually propel us to all join in the fight to end this kind of inhuman act. And so there are so many of them. There are indirect harms where you are forced to witness your mother being raped. There's so many incidences, or you're even forced to rape your own siblings and parents. And so the different forms are immense and terrible. And so our work has been able to, in doing my work, I've been able to produce a number of documentaries. And the first, which it's on the YouTube, it's Gender Against Men. And all these are documentation that we try to visually capture the issue around men. And that was the time when so many people are not still discussing these issues. And so Gender Against Men was quite instrumental in starting to this debate and discussion in Uganda. And of course, later we went to northern Uganda and we were able to find the first victim who was able to open up. And that's when we produced the documentary, They Slept With Me. It's more of a talking head from him. It's a narrative-driven story that tells us how his journey has been. But also we got other men who said that they needed their faces to be, shown. Of course, within the refugees, we were able to train some of the survivors who turned into activists. And so we trained them in terms of filmmaking. And so they were able to actually write their own script, act their film. And this film is called Men Can Be Raped Too. These were Congolese and basically the refugees from Congo and Burundi and Rwanda who came together as male survivors of sexual violence. And as a group, they worked together and produced this documentary. I'm sure if you went on our website at Refugee Law Project, you should be able to get some of this. And of course, one of them is not on the website because of certain issues. Yeah. Right. And so currently, I'm working with, recently I worked with the Banyamulenge community to produce a documentary that is titled Bringing Up Our Enemy's Child. Like what I explained to you, this group of men, we engage with them to just try to understand what they have to go through. Yeah. And they shared so much. And currently we are working with the children who were born of war, especially those from the LRA war in northern Uganda, who, by the way, have engaged with these young people. And because of the stigmatization, they hate the name. They hate the reference to them as children born of war. And when I asked them why they hate it, of course, they say that stigmatizes them. Because within our community in northern Uganda, they say children born from the bush. Yeah. And they say that actually stigmatizes them and it doesn't feel and sit well with them. So when I asked them what they felt they should be called or referred to, they actually came up with the name or the title. They should be called children from abroad because most of them were born outside Uganda, whether in DRC, in Central Africa, wherever they were born, but outside Uganda. They felt like the reference to them should be children from abroad. So currently, that's what we are doing. And these are the kind of impacts of the war that we are seeing. And these children are now 20, 30, some of them are even 40. Yeah. But you see that the impact of this war, whether it's meted on women or men, we are all part of this. I think it's time that we need to probe and see what are the intentions of these perpetrators, who, by the way, later, by luck, might come to power and amend the laws. And so they can start to normalize this kind of processes. And so what's the impact on the children? Knowing that to get to power, you do this and this, and then you will get, I mean, it's a whole big discussion. And just to conclude, in terms of future directions, we have been working with a variety, different stakeholders. Of course, the number one thing we do is to train duty bearers, such as the police, the prison, the army, medical practitioners, lawyers, on conflict-related sexual violence and harm. We do this because of inclusivity. While some of these duty bearers are usually referred to as perpetrators or their potential perpetrators, we feel that we need to bring everybody on board for them to understand that there are laws, international laws, but also in future, this could be tried and the impact and repercussion might not sit well with individuals such as them. And so in doing that, we bring activists who have gone through that process, who are the victims, who became survivors, and now activists. They come and share their experiences in this kind of spaces. So there is that one-on-one interaction with all these duty bearers. And of course, we understand that that is able to to soften the hearts of some of these. And extensively, we've worked with most of the AU peacekeepers that Uganda has been sending into the different parts, like in Somalia and all that. And the gender and sexuality has been key in doing that. And that training, of course, also goes to survivors, especially on community activism, advocacy, combating stigma, and managing support group dynamics as well. We continue to record interviews and take testimonies because we understand by profiling these, we are able to identify symptoms, but also policy gaps that could be, passed or amended to include the victims. I mean, for example, why don't we have a desk that in police that sits to take issues around male survivors of sexual violence? Because it's a taboo. It's a taboo, and men would not speak about that experience. And if they do not have that safe space. So how do you expect them to walk into a police station where policemen will laugh at him? And so that is very key. And we've learned that actually the issue of language in this kind of work is very important. How do you ask the right questions to understand if someone is a victim of conflict-related sexual violence or just sexual violence? So we have a number of ways that our screening tool under the gender and sexuality program goes to the field and starts to, profile and ask those kind of questions and collect data. And we've also offered professional medical support and rehabilitation, which also include repair. Yeah, some of our victims and survivors have actually had these untreated wounds for 21 years. That was the maximum we got. There's a woman who had bled for 21 years. If you go onto our website, you will see that there's a documentary that is titled 21 Years Running. And so the question of, are you also working with women? Yes, we are working with women and we are working with men. Yeah. But the one of men is so silent and subtle that we need to make noise around it. And that's why the video advocacy comes in very handy. Of course, the counseling and psychosocial support under the mental health and psychosocial well-being program does a lot of work in trying to manage their trauma. And in doing so, we know that it is not just about counseling, but you need to create some kind of income generating activities for them, because it's not enough to just speak to someone who has undergone this kind of harm and yet cannot earn a livelihood. He's hungry. So you speak to him today, he walks out of the door and he has to remember he has to.
Okay, I think we're having a bit of interruption. I don't know, maybe it's on my side, but I would also just say, distinguished panelists, maybe some of these points you have raised, we might be able to address them in the Q&A section of the presentation. But thank you very much, Mr. Otim, for that extremely interesting and in-depth presentation that you have given, looking at your depth of experience, speaking really from your heart about the very important work that Refugee Law Project has been doing and has done over the years, especially with the victims in DRC, in CAR, and in Uganda. I know firsthand that your organization has done a lot of work, extensive work with regards to SDBV And I like the point you had made about the importance of network building, because I think that that is key when we are talking about assisting these victims to ensure that they have timely access to these programs that can help them with regards to physical or psychological support. So thank you very much I can see that already some questions have been lined up. So you will have time to explore some of the issues that you were discussing with us as we begin to look at these questions. And so with Mr. Otim's presentation, we would say that this concludes the presentations for panel 2. We are now open to take questions from the audience. We already have some questions lined up. May I say that unless the person who's put the question to us specifically directs the question to a particular speaker, I would just invite the speakers to feel free to weigh in on any of the questions that I am going to be reading out, and you can simply indicate either by electronically raising your hand, or you raise it physically, and you can chime in providing your answer to the question. So I'll proceed very quickly. The first question is says, given the distinct societal barriers and stigmatization faced by male survivors of sexual violence, what specific actionable steps can international bodies like the United Nations and individual member states take to challenge these ingrained norms and encourage help-seeking behavior among male victims? I hope that that came across clearly. It's also on the chat. Ms. Srivani has kindly provided the question also on the chat box so that we can easily follow it. I don't know which of our distinguished panelists would want to tackle this first. Basically just saying, what do we think that individual member states what kind of steps can they take to challenge negative ingrained norms and encourage help-seeking behavior, or for the victims to break the silence that is surrounding their victimhood and come forward to be able to speak about and seek help for what they have experienced. So I don't know if any of our distinguished panelists want to start.
I think, like someone said, we don't work for the UN. I think this question is to all of us. And to me, with the way I've been doing my work, I am making my contribution within the capacity through which we can handle. And it's more of engagement at a very macro level, where you engage governments in terms of how they manage the security forces, because it's usually the perpetrators are usually those with the tools of coercion. And so it is at that level that we can have impactful solutions. And so at a given time, the UN can involve different governments in terms of how they implement some of the activities around combatants and how their security forces operate.
Well, thank you very much. I don't know if anyone else wants to chime in terms of encouraging the victims to break their silence. What could be the kind of actionable steps we would want to see states taken to help victims? First of all, I would imagine that it's to even break the code of silence around it and to put in. But I don't want to take the floor. I would like our distinguished panelists. Yes, Mr. Goodwin. Rick.
Thank you. Just a couple references, and I'm not fully aware of the international context here, but from colleagues of mine in the field, and I think of colleagues who've been associated with the Refugee Law Project, the bias at the UN level, holding more of a violence against women framework, does not help our cause here. The perception that intimate partner violence is men's violence towards women, that whole feminization of victimhood is a big barrier. Now, if somehow that was magically done away with, we would still have most men quite reluctant to share their stories. But I think we're all moved when we hear people's stories. And I think that's probably the best way to convey the reality that we work about. So in a local context or a regional context, to have a celebrity, have, especially for young men, someone from sports, someone from media, to tell their story does interest some men. I think if we look at the documentary, The Bristlecone Project, made by David Lesak, who was attached to 1 in 6 Inc., the Bristlecone Project was just a collage of men's stories, short clips, but entirely moving, hopeful. Men who are giving their time and their privacy to encourage other men. I think we can draw from that initiative. I think video is the way to go to convey all this. So I really support those type of initiatives as well, because we have to convey these stories to the public. And to break stigma is no easy answer.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you, Rick. Thank you, Patrick. Okay, Dr. Butera also. Didier.
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity. From my side, related to health-seeking behavior, to encourage victim to go to the hospital. First, from my experience, the way I try to work, for example, in Mali here, where I'm working currently, is to try to work with the community first. This is the base, the action base that we can put on the table. And then if we have one victim that comes to us and accept our treatment or our management, we can use this opportunity to be like someone who can go and testify. He can be our ambassador in the community, talking about what he has been through. I remember I took the training on addressing sexual violence in conflict setting. And during this training, we have the opportunity to have some victims that try to explain us how they've been abused and how they create some kind of organization, local organization, to pass the message. And for the health facilities, not only to be focused on women, we can develop also a message in the health facilities to separate, to create for men's service and women's service. This will be, it can encourage people to come and try to be treated, is what I can add. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, I have a next question here, which is considering the evolution of the UN Security Council resolutions, acknowledging sexual violence against men and boys, yet the persistent lack of comprehensive legal frameworks and support systems at the national level, what concrete mechanisms can be implemented to translate these resolutions into tangible protections and resources for male survivors that will mirror the efforts that have been made for female survivors? What concrete mechanisms can be implemented to translate UN resolutions, I guess, that have been put in place for female survivors? How can they be put in place as tangible protections and resources for male survivors? I don't know if we have anyone who wants to.
I don't know if I'd explained earlier in my presentation, but like I said, we've been able to work with duty bearers, and these duty bearers are usually considered potential perpetrators. Yeah, because for example, the army that we send for missions in different countries like Somalia, we've been able to walk them through these kind of trainings, to educate them in terms of what they need to do during combat into those kind of missions. And we do that by actually bringing victims, but also using the videos that we produce. We screen it to them, and they're able to learn from it, they're able to question from it, but also we are able to point out the repercussion of their action in case they go and start this kind of harm to the people there. So already we are doing that through those kind of trainings. And so we're bringing everybody on board in terms of inclusivity. You have both the victims and potential perpetrators. And so by that, we hope we are deterring these kind of things. And I think it could be replicated across the different governments and the different missions. And so we think that that would be an approach that we could share, and it could be integrated into the different civil societies that work around these kind of issues.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't know if I don't see any other hand, I'm just going to move, because of our time, to our next question, which was on whether educational curricula can help reduce confusion. How can educational curricula help reduce confusion among male sexual abuse survivors and improve their understanding of reporting procedures and support services? Maybe that might be useful for you, Rick, because of we're talking about, educational curricula here, whether or not it's possible for there to be some kind of educational materials that can be made available to help reduce confusion among male sexual abuse survivors, so as to improve their understanding of this is the process, this is the procedure. You mentioned a bit of it in your presentation.
Thank you. I think it's critical, especially for young people, that we put out dedicated information in a way that hopefully that they can absorb on the realities of, say, male sexual violence, male sexual trauma, in context, of course, with sexual trauma against all genders. I think that's critical, and yet we're all challenged with the fact that until the student is, but I'm thinking of an expression, the teacher will not appear until the student is ready.
Yes.
And there are so many men who have lived trauma who will not recognize it, who will not identify with it, who will live many, many years before putting up their hand and saying, oh, I was sexually violated, I need help. Our clinic focuses mostly on childhood trauma in terms of group care. The average age of a male being sexually abused in North America is between 9 and 10. The average age of men coming into our clinic is 45. So then on average, we're talking at least 3 decades of silence and needless suffering, but we have yet to figure out how to meaningfully engage with younger men to reduce that time gap. So I don't think there's easy answers. It's going to take many, many strategies. But I do believe basic male-friendly education curricula needs to be put out there for all to consider.
Thank you very much. Thank
you.
you, Rick. I recall that Patrick was also talking about the fact that they have videos also that they show to kind of educate men and to soften the process of getting the word out there that there are facilities that are available to men.
But also, just to add on, like, how much do we engage the media? Do we have trainings with the media personalities, media houses, to speak and start publishing about this kind of issues? So for us, in terms of media, because also it's about who are your target audiences, yeah? If we target children in schools, is it going to be impactful in terms of whatever is going on around sexual violence? Or do you want to target a different audience? And so the media becomes a very key player in terms of how we engage them and how they're able to package their kind of language regarding conflict-related sexual violence. I think the media is missing, and in terms of language, we need to start training them so that they start to be part, so that it becomes a norm of our community to understand what rape is, and using the IEC materials, just like we've done, in a simplistic way, we can describe what rape is for them to understand. So that's beside the videos that we use for facilitated film screening within the communities.
Yeah, thank you very much. That's important. And also perhaps putting it in a language and the local language so that it can get across to them very easily and they can understand that. Okay, thank you very much to our panelists. I'll move quickly to our next question. I might ask Dr. Butera to lead in responding to this question, and then I'll ask the other distinguished panelists also to chime in if they feel the need to. And the question is, what strategies can professionals and support systems employ to build trust with male victims and encourage them to share their experiences, thereby ensuring that they receive the comprehensive care that they need? What kind of strategies can professionals and support systems employ? You are muted, Doctor.
Sorry. Okay, thank you for the question. As I said during my presentation, the strategies that we can put in place first is to train the health workers. It can be psychologists, it can be medical doctors, midwives, and even nurses. This is the first thing that we can put in place. The second one is to have men services in the hospital or in the health facilities that we are working in, to differentiate men and women. I can share with you the experience in CAR. We have a project dealing with a victim of sexual violence, and most of the beneficiaries are women. So we try to do a kind of survey to ask men why they are not coming, and we know that there are many in the country.
they say that we cannot go to be in the same place with women because we cannot express ourselves. So we try to separate, to put another entry in the health facilities for, especially for men. But we didn't mention that is for victim or survivor of sexual violence. We said that this is for male consultation. And once they are there, we were doing focus group to explain, to sensitize them. And with that strategies, we start receiving some people coming in the medical consultation, express themselves. So in summary, they need also our time. When they will start talking about their experience, just give them time. Even they can take 20 minutes, 40 minutes, let them speaking. And then you try to show them that everything you will discuss with them will stay between you and him. And they will come every day, and they will go even to say that I know another person, we have been together, I will bring them. And this strategy, we put it in place, it was in 2023. And I can tell you that the number of men start increasing. And even now in Mali, I try to go and participate in this SGBV cluster meeting or protection meeting and try to explain we cannot be only focused discussing on women and girls, but let's put on the table that we have a lot of men and boys in the village, in our communities. Try to develop some messages that we can promoting in the community. This is the strategy that I can share based on my experiences, and to be more focused on the community, to engage them. If they understand, especially the community leaders, it will be easy to get more victims. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much. That's very practical. I don't know if any of our panelists also want to chime in anything.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Patrick, and then maybe Rick, because Rick put up his hand as well.
Okay. For us, besides what doctors just mentioned, we have what we call the screening tools. Yeah, we have a number of questions that we have in our iPads. Usually, when these clients walk in, refugees walk in, and they need support, we ask particular basic questions. For example, you cannot ask them, have you been raped? That would be a wrong approach. That is a turn-off, and probably it would lock any future engagement. And so you have to ask questions like, do you have challenges passing your stool? Yeah. What is your sexual life like? You get it. And this, like the doctor said, it is over time. The first day comes in, the second day, once he or she is able to have established that trust in you as an individual, then the questions get to become deeper. But besides that, I just want to mention the social therapy aspect of it, where we use video. In terms of social therapy, because we get one survivor or victim that is now recovered and is able to speak and share his experience. So once we package that, and of course, after ensuring that we don't do any harm, we make sure that those stories are taken for community screening. And usually among the audiences, you have those who are not comfortable enough to speak up. So by sharing with them the stories, the testimonies in a documentary, those who are affected in the community that cannot speak up are able now to come up, because they would recognize that they are not the only one. Because it's a lonely journey, yeah? These survivors have a lonely journey and they rarely share with anybody. And so if they are able to just watch one victim speak to their story and he's present there to share, that unlocks so much. And so that is a strategy that we've been using, and we term it as social therapy, because you go to the community and you make them watch and talk and deliberate about it.
Thank you very much. Rick, you wanted to share something?
Thank you. Yes, just briefly. We need to remind ourselves that sexual violence occurs in context between people. And therefore, if we had to choose a different word than abuse or assault or rape, it would be an act of betrayal, because people aren't harmed by a hurricane or a car accident. It's by a person. So trust issues are so big for survivors of trauma. I'd say even, certainly male survivors of trauma. And hence that trust relationship has to be built over time. And for many of our clients, that the years of trust building have not when they've been sitting with us. It was before knowing of our service, maybe hearing about our service. I've had clients who said, oh, 10 years ago, I heard of your work, and now I am coming for help. So we have to consider that context. And then lastly, I just want to build on language issues that have just been spoken of. Men do not identify with the word victim, even though we would all agree they've been victimized. So, we coach service providers to not use that word, and see how the men talk about it. But ways to explore it might be saying, did you ever have unwanted sex?
Mm-hmm.
Is a much better approach than have you been sexually assaulted.
Mm-hmm.
No, the fellow might come back and say, yes, I was raped, and that's, then we're on to something. We use here in Canada a lot of the metaphor of being wounded. And I think that's a better language because it's more male affirming. Rather than for a man to identify with the word victim, which suggests he is less than a man, the notion that being wounded, warriors can be wounded, soldiers can be wounded. So it's not detrimental to the male image. So I think we need to be creative around our language and be very careful not to use language, even if it's not our intention, that might be demeaning or just too strong.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Our time is fast spent. We have one last question, and it's actually directed at you, Patrick. So I would ask you to kind of see if you can do it in 1 minute, please. And it's actually on the basis of the terminologies that you used in your presentation. You talked about toxic masculinity and power. And the question is, what would you say is the difference between toxic masculinity and power? So building on those two terminologies that you relied on. Sorry, I put you in a real time
on the
squeeze.
spot. Yeah, because I think in responding to that, you see, there have been discussions around feminists, and it's not being defensive, but I think there have been a lot of these are gender discussions. Yeah, the gender discussions and the kind of the binaries. Yeah. Okay, I wish not to respond to this because it's going to distort our discussions that we've built over. But I would start different discussions that I would look like I would defense.
All right. Well,
Yeah.
but I saw Rick's hand up. So if you could do it within a minute,
Very
I'll push it. Okay.
I will be very fast. We reject the term toxic masculinity outright, and our advocacy to other services is let's stop using that language. Half the time men hear that word and they hear it as you're calling them toxic. And then Then you would have to bend over backwards and explain, well, I'm not talking about you, I'm just talking about men. And then who decides what's toxic? Am I toxic because I'm a male? Am I toxic of certain behaviors I have? It is it's a lose-lose term, and it's a lose-lose argument. Let's find other ways to talk about men's challenges and how they hold their masculinity.
It's
That's my piece.
It's gaslighting.
Gaslighting, very good.
Okay. All right. On that very, very interesting note, I would say we've come to the end of panel 2. I'm really grateful to our distinguished panelists, to Rick Goodwin, to Patrick Otim, to Dr. Didier Butara for their presentations and for them taking time to really dive deep into these questions that were asked and to respond to them. I know that we're online, but if we can give them an online applause, I would really appreciate it. Thank you very much, distinguished panelists, for your time and for your presentation. Thank you. And so with this, we have closed the second panel. I will now hand over to our speaker, who will give the closing remarks, Ms. Daniela Tinker.
Yes, thank you so much. As we come to the end of today's conference, I want to take a moment to reflect on what we have shared together. So the 5th edition of our conference has brought us face to face with the often neglected issue of sexual violence against men and boys. We've heard important insights from legal frameworks that still exclude male survivors to the societal stigma that keeps many in silence. But more importantly, I believe that we've heard the call for change. Our expert speakers have challenged us to think critically and to act boldly. They've also reminded us that justice must be inclusive, that survivors of all gender deserve to be seen, to be heard, and to be supported. It is clear that addressing sexual violence against the male gender is not only a legal challenge, it is a human one. And it requires us to confront stigmas, to reshape narratives, and to work together across sectors and societies to build systems that do not exclude but include, and which do not silence but empower. At the Center for African Justice, Peace and Human Rights, this mission is at the heart of everything that we do. And while today marks the close of this conference, it is by no means the end of the conversation. It is our hope that each of us and each of you lives here feeling informed, inspired, and empowered to take this work forward in your own way. Before we go, I would like to extend our heartfelt thank you to our incredible speakers. Thank you for sharing your time, your knowledge, and your passion. To our moderators, thank you for guiding today's discussion with care and clarity. To our partners, thank you for supporting us in reaching a wider audience. To the sexual violence team of the Center for African Justice, thank you for your hard work and for making this happen. And of course, to all of you, our participants, thank you for showing up, for engaging with these difficult topics, and for being part of this journey. The time has come now to conclude this conference, and we wish you all a very pleasant rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.